Long before the arrival of European explorers and settlers, the lands of North America were home to many different peoples. These indigenous communities lived in harmony with nature, each developing its own unique way of life. They built strong bonds with the land and with each other, and their stories are full of wisdom, art, and deep respect for the natural world. In the vast stretches of what is now known as North America, people lived in many different environments. From the frozen lands of the far north to the warm plains and dense forests of the south, each area was home to groups that learned to live well in their surroundings. The Arctic regions were the home of the Inuit, who learned to survive in a world of ice and snow by hunting seals and fishing in icy waters. In the woodlands of the northeast, the Iroquois and Algonquin peoples built villages near rivers and lakes, relying on hunting, fishing, and farming to sustain themselves. In the Great Plains, nomadic tribes such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Comanche roamed the open grasslands. They followed the herds of bison that provided them with food, clothing, and shelter. Meanwhile, in the Southwest, the ancestors of modern Pueblo peoples built intricate communities out of adobe bricks. They farmed the arid land, carefully managing their water and growing crops like corn, beans, and squash. Each of these groups developed a deep understanding of the land that sustained them, and they passed on this knowledge from generation to generation. The indigenous peoples of North America did not see nature as something to conquer. Instead, they viewed the land, the animals, and the plants as living beings with their own spirits. Every tree, river, and mountain held meaning. In many tribes, nature was seen as a gift from a great creator, and it was their duty to take care of it. This respect for the earth was the heart of their way of life. In the forests of the Pacific Northwest, tribes like the Tlingit, Haida, and Kwakwaka'wakw lived in large, permanent villages. They built long houses from cedar wood and decorated them with carvings that told the stories of their ancestors. They fished for salmon in the rich rivers and celebrated the seasonal cycles with grand feasts and festivals. Their art, from totem poles to woven blankets, was not only beautiful but also a way to keep their history alive. Each indigenous group had its own language, its own stories, and its own traditions. These languages were the vessels of culture, holding within them the memories and beliefs of the people. The myths and legends of these groups explain the world around them. For example, many Native American stories speak of a great trickster, a clever character who sometimes caused mischief and other times taught important lessons. Other stories celebrated the bravery of warriors, the wisdom of elders, and the kindness of nature spirits. In the mound-building cultures of the Mississippi Valley, people constructed large earthworks for ceremonial purposes. These mounds were not only burial sites but also places where communities gathered to celebrate and connect with the spiritual world. The builders of these mounds, such as the ancestors of the Natchez and other tribes, left behind monuments that still spark wonder today. Their achievements remind us that these early peoples had advanced knowledge of engineering and a deep spiritual life. Art was a vital part of life in indigenous America. Every piece of pottery, every woven basket, and every carved figure told a story. The Navajo, for example, became famous for their weaving. They spun wool into beautiful rugs and blankets that were prized for their simple yet striking designs. In the Southwest, the creation of intricate jewelry and pottery allowed people to express their identity and their connection to the land. In the Great Plains, the nomadic tribes crafted items that were both beautiful and practical. They made finely tooled leather goods, decorated with symbols that told of their clan and family stories. Their art was often inspired by the animals they hunted and revered, such as the mighty bison and the graceful deer. The art and craft of these communities served as a bridge between the past and the present, preserving ancient knowledge in everyday objects. Family and community were the cornerstones of indigenous life. The elders were respected as the keepers of knowledge. They passed down the oral traditions that included histories, laws, and stories of creation. Around the fire, families would gather to listen to these stories. The tales were told in simple, poetic language that made them easy to remember and repeat. This tradition of storytelling helped the community stay united and aware of their shared values. Many indigenous groups lived in close-knit communities where everyone had a role. In the Iroquois Confederacy, for example, decisions were made through careful discussion and consensus. This system, based on respect and mutual support, allowed different tribes to work together and share ideas. The strong sense of community helped them face challenges, whether it was a harsh winter or a difficult harvest season. Daily life in indigenous communities was closely tied to the seasons. Every month brought changes in weather and with it new tasks and challenges. In spring, people prepared for the planting of crops and celebrated the renewal of life with dances and feasts. In summer, they worked in the fields and gathered wild fruits and herbs. Fall was a time of harvest when the community came together to collect the bounty of the earth. In winter, the focus shifted to storytelling, craftwork, and preparing for the coming year. This close connection to the natural cycle was more than just a way to survive. It was a way of life that taught patience, gratitude, and resilience. The changing seasons reminded everyone that life was full of ups and downs, and that every moment was precious. This respect for time and nature helped the indigenous peoples live in harmony with their environment. Even before European contact, indigenous peoples were not isolated. They traded goods, ideas, and customs over long distances. The trade networks that stretched across the continent were vast. People exchanged items such as food, tools, and art, along with stories and traditions. These trade routes helped spread ideas and techniques, and they created bonds between different communities. For instance, the intricate shell beads used by many tribes were often made from materials that traveled long distances, linking coastal peoples with those in the interior. The movement of goods was accompanied by the movement of knowledge. Techniques in farming, building, and art were shared and adapted to local conditions. This exchange helped all communities grow stronger and more resilient. Spiritual life was at the core of indigenous cultures. Every tribe had its own beliefs, but many shared the idea that all life was sacred. The land, the sky, the water, and the animals were seen as parts of a great whole. Many indigenous peoples believed in a creator who gave life and set the natural order in motion. Rituals and ceremonies were a way to honor the spirits and to ask for blessings. These ceremonies were filled with music, dance, and prayer. In many communities, the sun, the moon, and the stars played important roles in their spiritual beliefs. The cycles of nature were seen as messages from the divine. Each ceremony was a moment to give thanks, to seek guidance, and to remember the ancestors who had come before. Despite the challenges of living in a wild and ever-changing environment, indigenous peoples were incredibly innovative. They developed tools and techniques that allowed them to use the resources available to them in the best possible way. Stone, bone, and wood were shaped into tools for hunting, farming, and building. The design of these tools was passed down through generations, refined by careful observation and trial. The ability to adapt was key to survival. When the climate changed or when new resources became available, indigenous peoples adjusted their ways of life. They learned new methods of farming, new ways of building shelters, and new techniques for making clothing. This flexibility and willingness to learn helped them thrive for thousands of years. Today, we remember the diverse cultures of indigenous America with great respect. The traditions, art, and knowledge of these early peoples continue to influence many native communities. Their way of life teaches us the importance of living in balance with nature, of respecting every living thing, and of working together as a community. The legacy of these cultures is found in the stories passed down by elders. in the art that adorns museums and public spaces, and in the continued efforts of indigenous peoples to preserve their languages and traditions. Their history is a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of connection to the land. Before the arrival of European settlers, North America was a land of great peace and connection among its people. Though there were differences in language and customs, many indigenous groups shared common ideas about respect, honor, and the beauty of the natural world. They celebrated life through art, song, and dance, and they lived in a way that honored the earth and all its creatures. As we look back on this long ago time, we can see the wisdom in their ways. Their lives were simple yet full of meaning. They knew that every living thing had a purpose, and they lived in a way that honored that belief. This chapter of history is a reminder of how important it is to care for our world and to remember the lessons of those who lived close to nature. The story of indigenous America before contact is one of great diversity, deep respect for nature, and a rich tapestry of cultures. The people of these ancient times created a world where art, family, and the land were woven together in a beautiful pattern. Their legacy lives on in the stories they left behind, in the traditions that have been passed down, and in the spirit of resilience and wisdom that still inspires many today. In the coming chapters, we will journey further into the lives of these communities as they began to interact with newcomers, faced new challenges, and continued to shape the history of North America. But for now, we pause to honor the quiet strength and vibrant cultures of the indigenous peoples who first called this land home. Long before European ships sailed across the Atlantic, North America was home to a vibrant world where indigenous peoples lived in deep harmony with nature. In this era, every community, from small river villages to wandering plains tribes, wove its own unique story. The land was not empty. It was filled with life, creativity, and a deep connection to the natural world that sustained them every day. In the fertile woodlands of the East, people built small villages near clear rivers and shimmering lakes. These communities grew crops in rich soil and learned the art of hunting among the tall trees and whispering leaves. They raised families and celebrated life by building earthen mounds, which served as both sacred sites and markers for important events. These mounds were more than piles of soil. They were carefully constructed centers of community life, built with great care and cooperation by people who believed that every hill and valley had a story to tell. Further south and to the west, in drier regions, the ancestors of today's Pueblo peoples created homes from adobe. These multi-room structures, built from mud and straw, were designed to capture the warmth of the sun and shield the inhabitants from the harsh desert nights. Life here was a careful balancing act. Every drop of water was precious. Every seed planted was a promise of tomorrow. Despite the challenges of the arid land, these communities thrived by growing crops such as corn, beans, and squash. Their careful management of water and soil showed an understanding of nature that was both practical and deeply respectful. On the vast, open plains, a different way of life took shape. Nomadic tribes moved with the seasons, following the great herds of bison that roamed the grasslands. The bison were not just a source of food. They provided clothing, shelter, and tools for the people who depended on them. Living in tune with the rhythms of nature, these tribes learned the subtle signs of the land, the changing colors of the sky, the whispers of the wind, the paths of migrating animals. Their lives were a continuous journey, moving with purpose and adapting to the endless expanse of the plains. Their simple, elegant lifestyle was rich with meaning, as every hunt and every meal was part of a larger cycle that connected them to the earth. Daily life in these diverse communities was a blend of hard work, creativity, and celebration. At dawn, families would rise to the sound of birds and the gentle light of the morning sun. In the eastern woodlands, people would gather to tend to their crops, carefully planting seeds and nurturing the land so it might yield a plentiful harvest. The rhythm of life was marked by the cycles of nature. Spring was a time of planting and renewal, summer a time of growth and activity, fall a time of harvest and gratitude, and winter a time for rest, storytelling, and planning for the future. Even as the day's work filled their time, moments of joy were never far away. Music, art, and dance were woven into the fabric of daily existence. In every community, simple instruments like drums, flutes, and rattles set the beat for dances that told stories of the land, of animals, and of legendary ancestors. Songs were passed down from one generation to the next, their words simple and clear, meant to be remembered and shared around the glow of a fire. The creativity of these people was not just about making beautiful objects. It was about expressing gratitude to the earth and celebrating the gift of life. The art they created was both functional and deeply symbolic. Pottery was shaped by hand and decorated with designs that spoke of the seasons, the sun, and the animals that roamed nearby. Woven baskets, crafted with care and skill, were used to carry food and water, yet each basket also held the imprint of the weaver's story and tradition. In every piece, whether it was a carved stone or a painted vessel, there was an echo of the land itself, a reminder that beauty and survival were inextricably linked. Spiritual beliefs formed the heart of these ancient cultures. The indigenous peoples of North America did not view nature as something to be tamed. They believed that every rock, tree, and river held a spirit. The world was alive with energy, and every living thing was connected through a web of respect and care. They believed in a creator who set all life in motion and in spirits that watched over the natural order. In their rituals and ceremonies, there was no need for elaborate temples or written prayers. Instead, the great outdoors was their sacred space, the sky their cathedral, and the land itself a living testament to the divine. Under the vast canopy of stars, families would gather to share their stories and dreams. The elders, who carried the wisdom of many generations, would speak of creation, of the first people, and of the great deeds of heroes long past. These oral traditions were the lifeblood of the community, keeping the history and values of the people alive without the need for written records. Each tale was told in simple, rhythmic language so that it could be remembered accurately and shared with children, ensuring that the lessons of the past would guide the future. Innovation was not lost on these ancient peoples. Despite the challenges of their varied environments, they found ways to make life better. In areas where water was scarce, ingenious methods of irrigation allowed crops to grow in unlikely places. In the vast woodlands, careful cultivation and knowledge of the land ensured that forests provided more than just shade and shelter. They became sources of food, medicine, and inspiration. The building of mounds, the weaving of intricate fabrics, and the crafting of durable tools were all examples of human creativity at its finest. These achievements were not simply survival techniques. They were expressions of a deep understanding of the world, honed over countless years of observation and experience. Even before the arrival of Europeans, indigenous peoples had developed vast networks of trade and communication. Goods, ideas, and customs traveled long distances, linking communities that might have seemed isolated by today's standards. Trade routes crisscrossed the continent, allowing people to exchange not only food and tools but also art, music, and knowledge. A design for pottery or a new way of weaving textiles could spread from one region to another, evolving as it mixed with local traditions. This exchange of culture enriched every community, proving that even in a time without modern transportation, people were connected by a shared desire to learn and grow. The legacy of this era is written into the very land of North America. Ancient dwellings, earthen mounds, and stone structures still stand as silent witnesses to the lives of those who came before. As you walk through a forest, cross a meadow, or explore a riverbank today, You can sense the echoes of a past where every element of nature was cherished. The remnants of these early cultures are not just historical artifacts. They are part of the living landscape, reminding us of the deep roots of human ingenuity and the enduring bond between people and the earth. The lessons of the pre-Columbian era are as valuable now as they were then. These indigenous peoples taught us the importance of living in balance with nature, of working together as a community, and of honoring the wisdom of the elders. Their simple way of life, focused on respect, care, and gratitude, offers a powerful message for our modern world. A reminder that true wealth is found not in material possessions but in the beauty of the natural world and the strength of community ties. The story of this time is a testament to human resilience and creativity. Even without modern tools or technology, these communities thrived in a world that was both beautiful and challenging. Their achievements, whether in agriculture, art, or spiritual life, continue to inspire and guide us today. They built a legacy that speaks to the power of adaptation, the importance of sharing knowledge, and the enduring value of living in harmony with nature. Reflecting on this rich tapestry, we see a time when every day was a balance between work and celebration, between the demands of survival and the joy of living. The people of this era understood that life was a continuous cycle, a series of seasons that brought both hardships and moments of pure beauty. In their simple rituals and daily routines, there was a deep understanding of the natural world, a wisdom that has been passed down through generations and still echoes in the traditions of modern native communities. As we remember this vibrant period, we are reminded that the true measure of life is found in our connection to the earth and to one another. The legacy of the pre-Columbian peoples teaches us that even in the most challenging environments, human beings can find beauty, creativity, and strength. Their story is one of hope and resilience, a reminder that by living in tune with nature, we can create communities that are both sustainable and deeply fulfilling. This continuous narrative of pre-Columbian life invites us to appreciate a time when people lived with intention and care. Their journey, filled with both challenges and triumphs, is a reminder of the deep wisdom that lies in simplicity and harmony. The enduring spirit of these ancient peoples continues to inspire us today, urging us to build a future that respects the natural world and honors the legacy of those who came before. Let this story be a tribute to the rich, diverse, and enduring cultures of North America, a legacy of creativity, resilience, and deep connection to the land. As we move forward, the lessons of this era remind us to cherish the gifts of nature, to work together with compassion and respect, and to always remember that our lives are part of a greater, beautiful tapestry of existence. The first encounters between European explorers and the native peoples of North America were moments filled with wonder, confusion, and a mix of hope and fear. In the early years of exploration, European ships ventured into unknown waters, drawn by tales of rich lands and great wealth. When these strangers first appeared on the horizon, the indigenous peoples watched with cautious curiosity. They had lived on these lands for countless generations and had learned to live in tune with nature. Their lives were shaped by the rhythms of the seasons, the songs of the rivers, and the stories passed down from their elders. The arrival of the Europeans marked the beginning of a new chapter that would forever change the face of the land. At first, the encounters were gentle and filled with wonder on both sides. The native peoples had never seen boats so large, with sails that billowed like great clouds, nor had they met people who dressed so differently. The Europeans, in turn, marveled at the vibrant customs and the deep connection that the indigenous peoples had with their land. They exchanged small gifts. The natives offered beautifully made items like woven baskets, intricately carved tools, and painted pottery. The Europeans brought with them metal objects, beads, and other items that shone in the sunlight. Both sides were fascinated by these tokens of a culture that was so different from their own. The first meetings were not marked by conflict but by a shared curiosity and an eagerness to learn. Some European explorers attempted to communicate using gestures and simple words, while the native peoples listened and watched closely, trying to understand the strange new visitors. In many cases, these early encounters led to peaceful exchanges. Trade began and ideas were shared. The indigenous peoples learned of new tools and techniques, while the Europeans were exposed to ancient wisdom about the land, the weather, and the secrets of survival in wild and untamed places. However, as more ships arrived and the number of Europeans grew, the balance of these encounters began to shift. The Europeans, driven by a desire for land and riches, started to view the new territory through a different lens. They saw the vast forests, the rich soil, and the abundant game as resources to be claimed and used for their own benefit. The indigenous peoples, who had always respected the land as a living, sacred entity, found it difficult to understand this new approach. Their world was one of sharing and respect, not of taking and owning. This difference in values sometimes led to misunderstandings and tensions, even in those first days when the promise of mutual exchange was still strong. Many native communities were welcoming at first, inviting the newcomers to share in their feasts and ceremonies. They saw the visitors as curious travelers and sometimes even as messengers from the spirit world. In some cases, leaders of the tribes organized grand gatherings where both cultures could interact. They exchanged stories of creation and legends of old, with the indigenous storytellers explaining the significance of the stars, the land, and the animals. The Europeans, who came from a world of written records and structured hierarchies, were impressed by the rich oral traditions and the deep sense of connection that the native peoples had with their environment. Yet, even in these peaceful moments, there were hints of the challenges to come. The Europeans brought with them not only new goods but also new diseases. Small illnesses, which might have been minor nuisances in Europe, spread rapidly among the indigenous populations who had no natural defenses against them. These diseases swept through villages and communities, often with devastating effect. What had begun as friendly encounters soon became marred by loss and sorrow as families were decimated by illnesses that no one could fight off. The once vibrant gatherings were interrupted by grief, and the strong bonds within communities were weakened by the sudden loss of elders and loved ones. In some areas, the native peoples grew suspicious of the Europeans' intentions. They had seen signs that the visitors were not content with small exchanges and simple trade. As more ships arrived and more settlers began to step onto the shores, the peaceful meetings gave way to a growing sense of unease. The strangers began to stake claims on land that had been cared for and nurtured for generations. This change brought confusion and, eventually, conflict. Leaders of the indigenous communities had to decide how to deal with the increasing presence of people who did not share their deep connection to the land. In some instances, negotiations were attempted, with native chiefs meeting with European leaders in an effort to protect their people and their homes. These meetings were often difficult, with language barriers and different customs making clear communication a challenge. The Europeans sometimes spoke of civilization and progress, while the indigenous peoples spoke of balance and respect. Each side believed that its way of life was best. The Europeans wanted to build towns and farms, to cut down the great forests, and to claim the land as their own. The native peoples, however, saw the land as a gift from the Creator, something sacred that was not to be owned but to be shared with all living beings. This clash of worldviews created an undercurrent of tension that would grow stronger with time. Despite these differences, there were moments when both groups found common ground. In some regions, mutual respect led to alliances. Native warriors sometimes joined with European forces against common enemies, and in return, the Europeans sought the guidance of local leaders who knew the land better than anyone. These alliances, however, were fragile. They were built on temporary needs rather than a true merging of cultures. The long-term effects of these interactions would be felt in many ways, as trust was slowly eroded by a growing desire among Europeans to claim more and more of the land. The early encounters also changed the way both groups saw the world. The indigenous peoples began to incorporate new goods into their daily lives. Metal tools, once unknown, began to replace stone and bone implements. The arrival of new materials and ideas sparked innovation, but it also began a process of change that would eventually alter traditional ways of life. For the Europeans, the experience of meeting the native peoples expanded their understanding of the world. They learned about vast territories, rich natural resources, and cultures that were very different from their own. Yet this learning was often overshadowed by the drive to exploit these new discoveries for wealth and power. As the years passed, the initial meetings became more frequent and more complex. In some cases, friendly relationships blossomed into long-lasting bonds of kinship and respect. There were stories of European explorers who returned to their homelands with a new appreciation for the land and its people. Some even wrote letters and accounts that praised the skills and wisdom of the indigenous peoples. These stories remind us that, despite the hardships that would later come, there were moments of genuine friendship and mutual respect in those early days of contact. On the other hand, the encounters were also marked by a growing imbalance. The Europeans, armed with advanced weapons and driven by an insatiable hunger for more land, began to make plans that did not take into account the wishes of the native peoples. They drew maps that ignored the deep connection the indigenous communities had with the land. Treaties were made and broken, promises given and then forgotten. The early days of wonder and exchange soon gave way to a more forceful and coercive approach that would set the stage for future conflicts. Throughout this time, the indigenous peoples continued to live as they always had, adapting and changing in the face of new challenges. They tried to preserve their traditions and honor the spirits of the land even as their world was slowly being reshaped by the arrival of a new people with different ideas. Their daily lives, filled with hunting, farming, and community gatherings, became interwoven with a new reality that they did not choose. The land they had cared for so deeply was now shared with strangers who had their own plans and dreams. In quiet moments, under wide-open skies, elders would reflect on these changes and pass on their wisdom to the younger generations. They spoke of a time when the land was untouched, when every river and tree sang the songs of the ancestors. They told stories of the first encounters with the strange visitors, of the gifts exchanged, and of the moments when hope and fear mixed in the eyes of those who saw something new and unfamiliar. These stories, simple and heartfelt, would be told around fires and in gathering places for many years to come. The early encounters between Europeans and indigenous peoples were a mix of beauty and tragedy, hope and loss. They set in motion a chain of events that would forever alter the course of history on the continent. What began as a meeting of curious strangers soon turned into a struggle for control over a land that had been nurtured by its native people for generations. Yet even as conflict and hardship spread, the memory of those first peaceful moments remained. They remind us that in every story, there is a time when differences can be bridged by understanding and shared wonder. This chapter of history is not just about the arrival of new people but also about the meeting of two very different worlds. It is a story of encounters that were at once gentle and fraught with tension, full of promise yet shadowed by the threat of change. The indigenous peoples, with their deep love for the land and rich traditions, faced a future that was being redrawn by forces beyond their control. The European explorers, with their dreams of discovery and conquest, had no idea of the long and difficult road that lay ahead. Together, their meeting set the stage for a history that would be written with both hope and sorrow, as each side struggled to find its place in a world that was rapidly transforming. In the end, these first encounters left a lasting imprint on both cultures. The indigenous peoples learned to navigate a new reality while holding on to the ancient ways that had guided them for so long. The Europeans, for their part, carried back with them stories of a land unlike any they had known. A land of immense beauty, deep mystery, and enduring spirit. Even today, the echoes of those early meetings can be heard in the languages, art, and traditions that have survived through the ages. They remind us that every journey, no matter how far it takes us from home, begins with a single step into the unknown. When we look back on these early encounters, we see a time of great change. A moment when the old world met the new. It is a story that teaches us about the power of meeting others with open hearts, even when differences seem too vast to overcome. It is a reminder that every new beginning carries with it the seeds of both growth and loss, and that the legacy of those first days lives on in the land and its people. As we continue our journey through history, we hold in our minds the memory of these moments, a time when hope and fear walked side by side, and when two very different worlds began a dialogue that would shape the future for generations to come. From the early days after first contact, when European ships began to visit the coasts and inland areas, trade slowly emerged as a natural way for both indigenous peoples and Europeans to connect. The idea of exchanging goods and ideas grew out of a shared sense of wonder about the other. Native communities, with their deep ties to the land and long traditions of craftsmanship, found themselves intrigued by the strange, shiny objects that the Europeans brought with them. In return, the Europeans were fascinated by the skill and beauty of native creations, and by the wisdom of people who had learned to live in perfect harmony with nature. Thus began a series of trade encounters that were not just about buying and selling but also about learning from one another. In the early meetings, indigenous traders would gather on riverbanks or at village edges to await the arrival of European vessels. The sight of large, sail-filled ships and men dressed in unfamiliar clothing stirred feelings of both excitement and caution. Yet the desire to understand the new visitors was strong. Native people offered handmade goods such as woven baskets, carved tools, and pottery decorated with symbols passed down through generations. The Europeans, in return, offered glass beads, metal implements, and colorful fabrics. Each item carried its own story, an expression of the maker's culture and a token of goodwill that helped bridge the gap between two very different worlds. At these gatherings, the air was filled with curiosity and the soft murmur of communication that crossed language barriers. Gestures, smiles, and the careful exchange of objects created a simple language of trade that both groups began to understand. When a native elder held up a piece of finely woven cloth, his eyes would shine with pride as he explained its meaning through gentle gestures. The Europeans, in turn, marveled at the intricate designs and the careful craftsmanship behind every item. They realized that these objects were not just tools or decorations. They were part of a long living tradition, a record of a people who had honed their skills over countless generations. The exchange was not only about physical items. With every traded object came stories and ideas. As native traders showed their goods, they also shared legends and songs that told of the land, the animals, and the great spirits who watched over them. In quiet moments by the river, European traders would listen with fascination as the indigenous people explained the meaning behind a carved symbol or a woven pattern. In these moments, the two cultures began to understand that what was being shared was much more than material wealth. It was a piece of the heart and soul of a people who had lived in balance with nature for thousands of years. Over time, these encounters led to the formation of early trade routes. People traveled long distances on foot, by canoe, or on horseback to exchange goods, and these routes soon became channels for the spread of new ideas. A design for pottery that began in one region might travel hundreds of miles, slowly changing as it mixed with local traditions. Along these routes, traders met others from different tribes and even from distant lands, exchanging not only items but also news, beliefs, and customs. The routes connected small, isolated communities into a larger network of communication and support. They were the early beginnings of what would later become extensive trading systems, built on trust and the shared desire to learn from one another. The impact of early trade on daily life was significant. For indigenous peoples, the arrival of European goods such as metal axes and knives meant that old tools made of stone and bone could be replaced by stronger, more durable items. This simple change made daily tasks like cutting wood, building shelters, and farming much easier. The new tools helped native communities to improve their methods without abandoning their traditions. At the same time, the Europeans learned valuable lessons about living with nature. They observed how native people used every part of an animal, respected the land by only taking what was needed, and passed on traditions through stories and songs. These lessons left a deep impression on many European traders, who began to see the natural world in a new light. Trade also brought changes to art and craft. In many native communities, the appearance of glass beads and metal ornaments sparked new ideas in design. Craftsmen began to incorporate these foreign items into traditional jewelry and clothing. This blending of old and new resulted in vibrant, unique styles that celebrated the meeting of cultures. Meanwhile, the Europeans who had long admired the beauty of indigenous art started collecting native crafts to bring back to their own communities. The exchange was not one-sided. It was a continuous loop of influence where both sides enriched their cultures through contact with the other. Despite these moments of friendship and learning, early trade was not free from challenges. Differences in language and culture sometimes led to confusion or misinterpretation. There were occasions when the intentions behind a gift or an exchange were misunderstood. Yet even in these moments of uncertainty, both sides showed a willingness to learn and adapt. Slowly, native people and European traders developed a basic language of trade built on respect and the mutual recognition of each other's strengths. They discovered that even simple words, combined with kind gestures, could express ideas of trust, gratitude, and friendship. As the number of encounters increased, trading posts began to appear in strategic locations. These posts were places where representatives of both cultures would meet regularly to exchange goods, settle differences, and share news. The posts became lively centers of activity, where people gathered not only for trade but also for social interaction. They were filled with laughter, music, and the shared sense of adventure that comes from meeting someone new. At these posts, a native chief might sit alongside a European trader, each showing respect for the other through careful words and deliberate actions. It was at these sites that the spirit of early trade truly flourished, creating bonds that went beyond the exchange of items. The influence of early trade extended far beyond immediate economic benefits. For indigenous peoples, the arrival of new materials and ideas brought a renewed sense of possibility. They began to experiment with new techniques in weaving, pottery, and tool-making. The changes were gradual and respectful of traditional ways, yet they brought innovation to communities that had long been self-sufficient. At the same time, the Europeans, whose lives had been shaped by centuries of written records and rigid social structures, found themselves enchanted by the oral traditions and flexible lifestyles of the native peoples. They recorded the wisdom they encountered, often with great admiration, and shared these stories back home as evidence of the beauty and complexity of a world they had only begun to understand. In many ways, early trade was a celebration of human curiosity. Each new encounter was like opening a small window into a different world. Both sides approached these meetings with an open heart, eager to see what they might learn. The glass beads that sparkled in the sunlight, the finely crafted tools that bore intricate designs, and the simple, honest smiles exchanged in silence all spoke of a time when differences were seen as opportunities rather than obstacles. The willingness to share and to listen became the foundation of relationships that, despite later conflicts, began with the best of intentions. Even as the promise of trade shone brightly, there was an undercurrent of uncertainty. The Europeans were driven by ambitions of wealth and expansion, while many indigenous communities valued the balance of nature and the communal sharing of resources. These different goals sometimes led to tension, as the desire for more could tip the scales of an exchange. Yet even in these moments there was always room for dialogue. Elders and traders alike would sit together, often under the shade of a great tree or beside a flowing river, discussing what was fair and what was needed. Their discussions were filled with patience and a genuine desire to find common ground. The legacy of these early trading days can still be felt in the stories passed down through generations. Elders in native communities remember the days when strangers arrived with ships that glistened on the horizon and brought with them objects that seemed to hold magic. They recall the simple joy of sharing a gift and the bittersweet taste of knowing that with every exchange came change. In the pages of old journals and the soft, measured tones of native songs, the spirit of those early encounters lives on. They remind us that trade was never just about material gain. It was about the sharing of life, the exchange of hopes, and the weaving of a rich tapestry that connected people from different corners of the world. In the end, early trade and mutual curiosity were about building bridges. They were about recognizing that even in the face of great differences, human beings could find a way to connect through the simple acts of giving and receiving. Every traded item, whether it was a hand-carved tool or a shimmering bead, carried with it the promise of a shared future, a future where learning from each other was the key to survival and growth. The gentle beginnings of these trade routes paved the way for a world where knowledge, art, and culture could flow freely between peoples who might otherwise have remained isolated. Looking back, we see that those early days were filled with a spirit of adventure and openness that continues to inspire us today. The willingness to reach out, to learn, and to exchange not just goods but also stories and wisdom is a timeless lesson. It tells us that even when the world seems divided by language, customs, and geography, there is always a path toward understanding. And it is on that path that the legacy of early trade, built on curiosity, respect, and the simple joy of discovery, will forever remain a beacon of hope and human connection. When the sun set over the meeting places along the rivers and open fields, the echoes of friendly voices and shared laughter lingered long into the night. These were the moments when barriers fell away, and two different worlds found common ground. In every trade, every shared smile, and every carefully exchanged object, there was a reminder that human connection can bridge even the widest gaps. This chapter in history, full of gentle exchanges and genuine curiosity, remains a testament to the power of coming together to learn from one another. If we listen closely, we can still hear the soft whispers of those early traders, their voices carried on the wind, telling a story of how simple acts of sharing and understanding changed the course of history forever. The arrival of new people brought changes that no one could have imagined. When Europeans first set foot on the shores and deep into the lands, they carried with them more than just their language, tools, and ideas. They also brought invisible guests that would change the lives of the indigenous peoples forever. At first, the newcomers and the native communities tried to greet each other with curiosity and hope. The indigenous peoples had their own ways of healing and living, passed down by generations who had learned the secrets of nature. They trusted the land and the spirits, and their bodies were strong because they had never known the harsh diseases that sometimes affected distant lands. But the Europeans came with diseases that were new to these native peoples, diseases that spread quickly and without mercy. The illnesses began quietly, almost unnoticed at first. A small fever here, a cough there. Soon these minor signs turned into large outbreaks. The indigenous peoples who had never seen such sickness before found themselves unable to fight off these infections. Smallpox, measles, and other diseases spread like wildfire through villages. Families who had thrived for many generations suddenly found themselves facing death and despair. In many cases, entire communities were weakened or lost, and the knowledge and traditions of elders began to fade away. These diseases did not choose based on age or status. They struck down the young, the old, and everyone in between. The shock of such loss was so great that even the strongest spirits could be broken. As the sickness spread, it was not just the bodies of the people that were affected. The very fabric of the native way of life began to unravel. The elders who held the wisdom of the past and were the storytellers of the community were among the first to fall ill. Without their guidance, many of the ancient customs and traditions began to be forgotten. The native peoples had always lived in close connection with nature, their lives a dance of respect for every tree, river, and animal. They saw the land as a living, breathing being that cared for them as much as they cared for it. When disease took its toll, the balance of life was disturbed, and many began to lose faith in the old ways. At the same time, misunderstandings began to grow between the two groups. The Europeans had their own ideas about religion, government, and ownership, ideas that were very different from those of the indigenous peoples. The native way of life was built on sharing and cooperation. Land was not seen as something to be owned but as a gift to be respected and cared for by everyone. The Europeans, however, came from a culture where owning land was a sign of wealth and power. They believed that the land was there to be taken, divided, and used to build new lives. This clash of ideas soon led to confusion and conflict. What the Europeans saw as a natural right to claim land, the indigenous peoples saw as a deep violation of the balance that had existed for thousands of years. As disease ravaged the native communities, the misunderstandings between the two cultures deepened. Many indigenous leaders tried to explain their ways to the Europeans, hoping that by sharing their wisdom, they might find a path to peaceful coexistence. They spoke in gentle words about living in harmony with nature, about the need to care for the land, and about the importance of every creature in the great web of life. But these words were often lost in translation. The Europeans, whose minds were fixed on conquest and expansion, could not understand a way of life that did not fit their ideas of progress and ownership. The native peoples were puzzled by the sudden changes around them, as if the world they had known was shattering before their eyes. For many indigenous communities, the arrival of disease and the misunderstandings that followed were like a dark storm that uprooted everything they had known. In the past, they had seen the world as a place of balance, where every action had its counterpart and every loss was met with a chance for renewal. Now they faced an enemy that came without warning, one that no amount of prayer or ritual could ward off. The great gatherings that once celebrated the bounty of the harvest turned into somber meetings where the dead were remembered, and hope was hard to find. Families would gather around small fires in the cold evenings, sharing memories of ancestors and trying to understand why the world had turned so harshly. Even the natural world seemed to mourn the loss. The songs of the birds were quieter, and the winds that once carried joyful messages through the forests now whispered of sorrow. The deep connection that the indigenous peoples had with their land was shaken. It was as if the spirits of the earth were grieving the loss of so many children and elders, and the balance that had been maintained for so long was now deeply disturbed. In this time of crisis, many began to question what the future would hold. They wondered if the old ways could survive in a world that was rapidly changing, where the natural order was disrupted by an invisible enemy and by people who did not understand the sacredness of the land. The Europeans, too, were not immune to misunderstanding. They had come with their own stories of glory and progress, expecting to find a new world ripe for their control. Instead, they encountered people whose lives were intertwined with nature in ways that were completely foreign to them. They were not prepared for the toll that disease would take on the native communities, and they often saw the suffering as a sign that the land was cursed or that the indigenous peoples had angered a higher power. Such ideas only deepened the gap between the two cultures. Instead of working together to find a cure or a way to help those who were sick, many of the Europeans focused on their own ambitions. They recorded their observations in journals, noting the strange customs and the sudden decline of the communities, but few made efforts to truly understand the depth of the loss. For them, the land was still a resource to be exploited, even as its original caretakers were being swept away by the merciless tide of disease. In the midst of this chaos, some indigenous leaders tried to adapt to the new reality. They sought out new ways to heal their people and to hold on to the traditions that had sustained them for generations. They turned to old herbal remedies and ancient rituals, hoping to call upon the spirits of the land for protection. These efforts, however, were often overwhelmed by the sheer force of the diseases. The cycle of sickness and loss created a deep sense of despair, and many communities were left with the difficult task of rebuilding their lives from the ruins of what once was a vibrant culture. Despite the heavy sorrow and the many misunderstandings, there were also moments of resilience and unexpected hope. In some places, indigenous peoples began to mix their old ways with new ideas they had learned from the Europeans. They started to see that even in the midst of great loss, there might be a chance to forge a new path. They carefully adopted some of the European tools and methods that could help them protect their communities, while still holding on to the deep respect for nature that had always defined them. In quiet gatherings, elders would speak of the old stories and share memories of a time when life was in perfect balance. These moments of shared remembrance became a way to hold on to the past, even as the future loomed uncertain. Yet the shattering of the old worlds was irreversible. The sudden and devastating impact of disease had reduced once thriving communities to shadows of their former selves. The traditions that had been passed down through countless generations were now at risk of being lost forever. The great dances, the oral histories, and the simple ways of life that had been the heartbeat of the indigenous peoples began to fade. The loss was not only in the number of lives taken but also in the wealth of knowledge that was buried with each person who died. The memory of the past was scattered like leaves in a storm, and those who survived were left to pick up the pieces and try to rebuild a life that had been torn apart. As time went on, the impact of these events echoed through the generations. The descendants of those who had once lived in harmony with the land now faced a world that was both unfamiliar and harsh. They carried with them the sorrow of their ancestors and the memory of a time when the land was whole and every creature was respected. The story of these early days became a quiet, persistent reminder of the cost of misunderstanding and the price of progress. It was a lesson written in the scars of the earth and in the lines of every elder who remembered the old ways. This period of history, marked by disease and miscommunication, reshaped the relationship between the indigenous peoples and the newcomers forever. What began as a time of mutual wonder soon turned into a long struggle for survival and identity. The great tapestry of native life, once vibrant and whole, was torn by forces that cared little for the delicate balance that had been maintained for centuries. The old worlds, with their deep respect for nature and their careful ways of living, were shattered by the combined force of foreign illness and the misunderstanding of cultures that did not see eye to eye. In the quiet moments that followed the devastation, as communities gathered to mourn and remember, there was also a search for meaning. Some looked to the future with a determination to learn from the past, to blend the old wisdom with new knowledge in a way that could honor both. Others, caught in the relentless tide of loss, felt that nothing could ever be the same. Yet in every heart there was a spark of hope that even in the face of overwhelming change, life could find a way to rise again. The resilience of the human spirit shone through the darkness, and slowly, bit by bit, communities began to rebuild. The memory of those dark times became a powerful part of the Native identity. It was a story of suffering and of loss, but also one of survival and renewal. The old ways might have been shattered, but the lessons they carried were not lost. In every whispered story, in every song sung by the firelight, the voices of those who had come before urged future generations to remember the cost of misunderstanding and to cherish the fragile beauty of life. The scars of disease and conflict, though deep, became a reminder that the bonds of community and the strength of tradition could help mend even the most broken parts of a people. In the end, the chapter of disease, misunderstandings, and the shattering of old worlds stands as a powerful reminder of how fragile life can be when new forces collide with ancient ways. It teaches us that when different cultures meet, the outcomes can be unpredictable and often tragic, but that from even the deepest sorrow, a new hope can emerge. The indigenous peoples learned, sometimes painfully, that the world was changing in ways they could not control, and that the price of survival was often paid in loss. Yet even in the midst of devastation, the spark of their spirit endured, guiding them to rebuild and to honor the past while facing an uncertain future. When we look back on these times, we see a story of great heartbreak but also of remarkable resilience. The arrival of disease and the ensuing misunderstandings forever altered the course of history, leaving behind memories of a world that once was and of a struggle to hold on to a way of life that had been nurtured for countless generations. This chapter in the long history of North America is a tale of caution, a reminder that progress and change can come at a high cost, and that the bonds of tradition and community are the keys to weathering even the darkest of storms. If we listen closely to the stories passed down by elders, we can still hear the echoes of those hard times. A soft, sorrowful murmur of loss, regret, and the slow, determined heartbeat of a people who refuse to be forgotten. Their struggle to survive in the face of an invisible enemy and the misunderstandings of a new world remains a testament to the enduring power of hope and the will to rebuild. When European settlers began to settle deeper into North America, the relationship between the indigenous peoples and the newcomers grew even more complicated. As more colonies were established, the native communities found themselves forced to choose sides in conflicts between different European powers. In many cases, the indigenous peoples saw alliances with one group as a way to protect their lands from others. They formed bonds with some of the colonists, hoping that by joining forces, they could defend their way of life. At the same time, these alliances were fragile and full of tension. The different European groups often fought among themselves, and their conflicts spilled over into the lives of the native communities. In these early years, many indigenous leaders realized that survival depended on careful decision-making. They weighed the benefits and risks of aligning with a particular colonial power. Some tribes joined with the French, whose approach to trade and diplomacy often respected native customs. In other regions, the British settlers brought a different style of leadership that sometimes demanded strict rules and clear boundaries. The native peoples understood that no matter which side they chose, there would be challenges ahead. Still, many decided that an alliance with one of the colonists might be the best chance to secure a future for their people. The native communities who chose to work with the French often did so because the French were interested in trade and friendship. They valued the long tradition of exchanging goods and ideas that had been part of indigenous life for generations. The French traders learned the languages of the native peoples, and some even lived with them for long periods. In return, many indigenous groups shared their knowledge of the land, its plants, and its animals. These alliances were built on mutual respect. The indigenous partners offered guidance in navigating the vast forests and rivers, while the French provided metal tools, weapons, and other items that could improve daily life. For a time, these partnerships allowed both sides to benefit. The native peoples could defend their territories with new weapons and techniques, while the French found success in trade and exploration. In contrast, other native groups chose to form alliances with the British. The British settlers often brought with them strong ideas about land ownership and government. Their method of expanding settlements involved building towns, establishing farms, and claiming large areas of land. Some indigenous leaders believed that an alliance with the British might help to secure their rights to certain territories. They hoped that by joining forces, they could negotiate fair treatment and protect important hunting grounds or farming lands. However, the British view of land was very different from that of the indigenous peoples. While native cultures saw the land as a shared gift to be respected by all, the British believed that land could be owned, divided, and sold. This difference in perspective often led to disagreements and conflicts. What started as a promising alliance sometimes turned sour as misunderstandings grew and promises were broken. As the colonial powers competed with each other, conflicts grew more frequent. Native groups who had once shared trade and friendly relations found themselves pulled into wars and battles that were not originally their own. Some indigenous warriors joined one side or the other, not out of a desire for conquest, but because they believed it was the only way to protect their families and homes. They fought with determination, using strategies honed over centuries of living in close connection with the land. Their skills in tracking, hunting, and guerrilla warfare made them formidable allies. However, as the colonial armies grew stronger and better equipped, the indigenous fighters soon discovered that the battles were not always won by bravery alone. The constant fighting and the pressure from larger, better-armed enemies took a heavy toll on their communities. During these times of conflict, the bonds between native peoples and their chosen colonial partners were tested in many ways. There were moments when the alliance seemed to hold strong, with native warriors fighting side by side with European soldiers against a common enemy. These joint efforts sometimes led to victories that brought a brief sense of hope. Yet there were also many moments of heartbreak when promises were broken. Colonial leaders, driven by their own ambitions, sometimes abandoned their native allies once the immediate threat had passed. Treaties were signed and then ignored, and the lands that had once been shared were gradually taken away. The indigenous peoples often found themselves betrayed by the very partners they had trusted. One example of such conflict can be seen in the battles fought in the forests and along the rivers, where native warriors and colonial soldiers clashed with opposing forces. The fighting was harsh and unyielding. The indigenous fighters, using their deep knowledge of the terrain, could sometimes surprise the enemy, ambushing supply lines or staging quick raids. They moved quietly through the woods, their actions guided by centuries of tradition and respect for nature. But the colonial armies, with their organized formations and steady supply of weapons, were relentless. In many battles, the native forces suffered great losses. The violence and destruction spread through the communities, leaving scars that would last for generations. Amid these conflicts, many indigenous leaders struggled to balance the need for defense with the desire to preserve their cultures. They knew that each battle, each alliance, and each betrayal could change the course of their history. Some leaders tried to keep their people out of the larger wars, urging neutrality and careful negotiation. They believed that by staying apart from the colonial conflicts, they might protect their traditions and way of life. Unfortunately, as colonial powers grew more aggressive in their expansion, remaining neutral became almost impossible. The pressure to choose sides grew stronger with every passing year, and those who refused to join the conflict were often forced into a corner. The effects of these alliances and conflicts were felt deeply in the daily lives of the native peoples. Communities that had once been tightly knit found themselves divided by different loyalties. Families were sometimes split apart as members chose different sides, each believing that their choice was the best way to ensure survival. the pain of such division was hard to bear. Stories passed down through generations spoke of brave leaders who tried to bring their people together, urging them to remember their common heritage and the deep bonds that had existed long before the arrival of the Europeans. These voices of unity were often drowned out by the sounds of battle and the cries of those who had lost their homes and loved ones. The impact on the land was also profound. The constant movement of armies, the building of forts, and the clearing of forests for new settlements left lasting changes on the environment. Where there once were vast stretches of untouched wilderness, there now appeared signs of human encroachment. Rivers that had once flowed freely were dammed or diverted, and forests that had provided shelter for countless creatures were reduced to cleared fields. The natural world, so important to the indigenous way of life, began to suffer under the weight of the expanding colonies. In the midst of this turmoil, many indigenous peoples continued to hold on to their traditions. Even as alliances shifted and conflicts raged, the old songs, stories, and rituals were passed down from one generation to the next. In quiet moments away from the battlegrounds, elders gathered with the young to tell tales of ancient heroes, of times when the land was whole and the people lived in harmony with nature. These stories became a source of strength, a reminder that despite the betrayals and losses, their heritage could not be taken away. The deep connection to the land and to each other helped them endure the hardships of war and the pain of broken promises. Over time, as the colonial powers solidified their hold on the land, the alliances that had once seemed like a path to protection turned into instruments of control. The European governments began to impose laws and treaties that favored their interests, often at the expense of the native peoples. The promises of land and protection were gradually replaced by policies that forced indigenous communities onto reservations or pushed them off their ancestral lands. The conflicts that had once been about alliances and survival became part of a longer struggle for justice and recognition. The native peoples, though weakened by years of conflict, continued to fight for their rights and for the memory of their traditions. In reflecting on this period, one sees the complexity of choices and the harsh realities of survival. The indigenous peoples had to navigate a world that was rapidly changing, where every decision carried the weight of centuries of tradition and the hopes of future generations. They sought allies in a time of need, and though these alliances sometimes brought protection, they also brought new challenges and deep divisions. The lessons of those times remind us that history is full of difficult choices and that even in the face of overwhelming change, the spirit of a people endures. As the colonial era moved forward, the conflicts and alliances of these early years set the stage for even greater struggles. The native peoples learned to live with the pain of betrayal while holding on to the hope that one day, the promises made long ago might be honored. Their story is one of resilience in the face of relentless change. A story of communities striving to protect their way of life while adapting to a world that was no longer their own. The sacrifices made during these times became part of a long tradition of resistance and renewal, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. When we look back on these troubled years, we see a time of great hardship but also of remarkable courage. The alliances formed between indigenous peoples and colonial powers were born out of a desire to survive and to protect a heritage that stretched back into the mists of time. Even as conflicts tore communities apart, the hope for a better future kept many fighting for their rights and their land. The story of these alliances and conflicts is a reminder that the bonds between people forged in times of both peace and war can carry a legacy that lasts long after the battles are over. From the very beginning, when Europeans first landed on the shores and began to push deeper into the lands of North America, many indigenous peoples understood that their way of life was under threat. Even as some meetings between native peoples and newcomers were filled with curiosity and exchange, others saw the changes as a sign of danger. These early days of contact soon became times when Native American communities began to resist. Their resistance was not always marked by grand battles but was seen in the small acts of courage, unity, and defiance that spoke of a deep love for their land and traditions. In the quiet forests and wide-open plains, as the first signs of European presence became more common, indigenous leaders gathered with their people to discuss the challenges ahead. They had learned from their ancestors the importance of caring for the land and passing on traditions that kept communities strong. They had long known that the balance of nature was delicate, and that when outsiders began to take more than what was needed, harm was done not only to the land but to the spirit of the people. When word spread that settlers intended to claim the lands without regard for the old ways, many tribes decided that they must stand together to protect what was sacred to them. At first, resistance took many forms. In some cases, leaders organized small groups to slow the advance of settlers. These groups would watch from hidden positions in the woods and on the hills, ready to warn their communities of approaching dangers. They knew the land well, every stream, every path, every tree, and used that knowledge to their advantage. Their resistance was like a quiet watchfulness, a promise that the people would not simply surrender their homes without a fight. They gathered weapons fashioned from stone, wood, and bone, and later on, as new tools arrived through trade, they learned to use them to defend themselves. For many indigenous peoples, this resistance was about more than just fighting off invaders. It was a stand to preserve their way of life, their traditions, and their deep connection to the earth. In small villages and larger communities alike, elders would remind the younger generations of stories that had been told for centuries. Stories of brave warriors and wise chiefs who had once defended the land from any who would harm it. These stories were the lifeblood of the culture, a reminder that every generation had a duty to protect the gifts of nature and the wisdom of their ancestors. Resistance was also expressed in ways that did not involve violence. In many communities, Native peoples began to use their voices to protest and to refuse to cooperate with the newcomers. They would gather in councils where leaders and families came together to decide on a common response. In these meetings, they planned how to use peaceful means to slow down the encroachment of settlers and to keep their traditions alive. They made it clear that they would not abandon their sacred lands or their customs. Their determination was simple and strong. If the land was taken, the spirit of the people would never be broken. In some regions, acts of resistance took the form of direct confrontation. When groups of settlers or soldiers approached, indigenous warriors, using their intimate knowledge of the terrain, would set up ambushes on narrow trails or hidden clearings. They fought not for glory or conquest, but to protect their families, their elders, and their homes. These battles were hard and filled with the sound of arrows whistling through the air, the clash of stone against metal, and the determined shouts of those who refused to yield. Even though the warriors often faced foes with advanced weapons and numbers, their courage was fierce, and they fought with the spirit of generations behind them. There were times when the resistance became a unifying force among different tribes. Though many indigenous peoples had their own languages, customs, and ways of life, the threat of invasion brought them together in a way that had not been seen before. They would sometimes meet at shared sacred sites under the open sky to discuss the future of their lands. In these rare moments of unity, the differences between them melted away, and what remained was a shared determination to defend their heritage. They exchanged strategies, shared knowledge about the changing ways of the invaders, and even forged alliances that crossed old boundaries. This unity was powerful and showed that despite many differences, the love for the land was a bond that could never be broken. As time passed, the impact of European settlement became more visible. Settlers built towns, cleared forests for fields, and marked boundaries on a land that had once been free and wild. Each new boundary was seen as a scar on the landscape, a sign of an intrusion that could never be fully healed. The native peoples watched as familiar hunting grounds turned into new settlements, and as ancient trails were replaced by roads that led deeper into their territories. Their resistance, which had started as small acts of defiance, grew into a sustained effort to slow this change and to remind the newcomers that the land was not empty, that it was full of life and meaning. In many stories passed down among the tribes, the acts of resistance became legendary. Young warriors listened with wide eyes to tales of great chiefs who had led their people against overwhelming odds. These stories were not only about fighting, they were about standing up for what was right, about the strength of a people who refused to be forgotten. In every whispered recounting around a fire, there was a promise that the spirit of resistance would live on in every child born into the tribe. This hope was a constant reminder that while the physical world might change, the hearts of the people would always be tied to their land. The resistance was not without its heavy costs. Many brave individuals lost their lives defending their homes. Families were torn apart and whole communities were left mourning the loss of their elders and warriors. The battles left deep emotional scars that would be felt for generations. Yet even in the face of such sorrow, the indigenous peoples found a way to carry on. They tended to the wounded, both in body and spirit, and found strength in each other. Their sorrow was shared collectively, and in that sharing the pain was softened by the support of the community. In the quieter moments after battles, when the land was still and the sky stretched wide above, the survivors would gather to remember. They recounted the names of those who had fallen, and they promised that their stories would not be lost. The memories of those days, filled with both pain and pride, became a part of the oral tradition that was passed on to every new generation. It was through these memories that the spirit of resistance was kept alive, ensuring that even as time moved on, the sacrifices of the past would never be forgotten. Over time, the resistance of Native American peoples became a symbol of their enduring strength. Even as the pressure from new settlers grew and treaties were imposed by far-off governments, the memory of early defiance inspired future generations. The lessons learned in those early days, of unity, of courage, and of the deep bond between the people and their land, became a guiding light in times of great challenge. The idea that every person had a role in protecting the legacy of their ancestors was a powerful one, and it helped shape the identity of many tribes as they faced an ever-changing world. The early stand against invasion was not only a physical struggle but also a struggle of ideas. The indigenous peoples maintained a belief that the land was sacred, that it was a gift from the Creator, and that it was meant to be shared in a respectful way. This belief clashed with the newcomers' view of the land as a commodity to be divided and owned. In every act of resistance, whether through battle or through peaceful protest, the native peoples reaffirmed their commitment to a way of life that honored nature and community over greed and conquest. For many Native American communities, resistance became part of everyday life, a quiet, persistent reminder that the fight to preserve their heritage was ongoing. The small acts of defiance, the secret meetings in the woods, the careful keeping of traditions in the face of great change, all spoke of a people who refused to let their identity be erased. They found strength in the land, in their history, and in the knowledge that each generation would continue the fight in its own way. In the long years that followed, as more settlers arrived and the pressure on indigenous lands increased, the early acts of resistance served as a foundation for future struggles. The courage of those who had first stood against invasion became a beacon for others. Their stories were shared at gatherings, taught to children, and remembered during times of hardship. Even as the landscape of North America was altered beyond recognition, the spirit of resistance remained a vital part of the native people's identity, a symbol of hope, unity, and the unbreakable bond with their land. The early stand against invasion was a time of hardship and sacrifice, yet it was also a time of remarkable resilience. The indigenous peoples learned to fight not only with weapons but with words, with traditions, and with an unwavering belief in the sanctity of their heritage. Their resistance was a declaration that even as the world around them changed, the roots of their culture would continue to grow deep into the earth. It was a promise that no matter how many challenges they faced, they would continue to honor the past and protect the future. As we remember these early acts of resistance, we see a story of a people determined to hold on to their identity and their land. Their struggle was long and filled with many hardships, but it was also a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Their courage in the face of overwhelming odds reminds us that even in the darkest times, hope can shine through. The legacy of their resistance lives on in the stories of families, in the songs sung around campfires, and in the enduring connection between the Native American peoples and the land they have always called home. As the winds of change swept over North America, the arrival and growing presence of European powers deepened the complexity of native life. In this new era, the indigenous peoples found themselves caught between two powerful forces, the French and the British, each with their own ideas, ambitions, and ways of forging alliances. The choices that native leaders made during these times were guided by a deep need to protect their lands, families, and traditions in an ever-changing world. The French were often the first to arrive in areas where the fur trade was rich and the rivers ran deep. They brought with them an approach that was less focused on claiming large territories and more on forming partnerships. The French sought to trade with the native peoples, exchanging tools, cloth, and beads for the prized furs of the land. Many indigenous leaders saw the French as potential allies who could help them navigate a world that was quickly growing stranger. With the French, there was a sense of mutual respect. Native traders and French voyagers learned each other's languages, shared meals, and exchanged stories about their ways of life. In these interactions, native peoples found that the French were willing to listen, to learn, and to work with them as equals rather than conquerors. For many native communities, this relationship with the French offered hope. It meant that there was a possibility of maintaining a degree of autonomy while still benefiting from new technology and ideas. The French understood that the land was sacred to the indigenous peoples, and they often adopted a more flexible approach when it came to negotiations. Treaties were made with promises that, at least in theory, recognized the rights of the native peoples to their ancestral territories. In some regions, these alliances meant that native warriors fought alongside French soldiers in conflicts against rival European powers or even against other native groups. The French, with their relatively light footprint on the land, sometimes allowed indigenous traditions to continue almost untouched, making the alliance seem like a promising path for survival. But not all native communities found favor with the French. As the British began to expand their settlements along the eastern seaboard, a new set of challenges emerged. The British approach was more aggressive when it came to claiming land. They believed that the best way to build a prosperous colony was to divide the land into farms, towns, and roads, a view that clashed deeply with the native belief that the land was a gift to be shared among all living beings. The British built fortifications, erected clear boundaries, and pushed for treaties that often ended in the loss of native lands. Many indigenous peoples felt that their way of life was being threatened not only by foreign diseases and cultural misunderstandings but also by a force that sought to transform the very earth they had nurtured for countless generations. Faced with these new pressures, native leaders found themselves forced to make difficult choices. Some chose to side with the British, hoping that an alliance might offer protection against rivals or provide a means to secure their rights through negotiation. They believed that by working with the British, they could carve out a space for their communities, preserving hunting grounds and sacred sites even as settlers moved in. However, these alliances were often fraught with tension. The British, for their part, demanded strict agreements and expected native peoples to conform to their ideas of governance and property. Promises were made, and many times they were soon forgotten as new waves of settlers arrived with their own expectations and demands. In other cases, Native leaders shifted their loyalties based on the changing circumstances of war and peace. A tribe that had once sided with the French might find that, as British power grew in a region, a change in allegiance was the only way to safeguard their people. These shifts were not made lightly. They were the result of long, careful discussions held in council, where elders, warriors, and families debated the best course of action. The decisions were deeply personal and often painful, as they meant breaking old bonds and forging new ones. For many Native communities, loyalty was not a simple matter of choosing one European power over another. It was about finding the best way to ensure the survival of their culture and the protection of their land. The shifting loyalties among Native peoples led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries. In some cases, communities that had once been close friends found themselves divided by their choices. Neighbors who had shared traditions and stories for generations suddenly found themselves on opposite sides of a conflict that was as much about survival as it was about identity. These divisions cut deeply as the bonds of kinship and shared history were challenged by the realities of colonial power. Yet, even in the midst of these struggles, there were moments of unity. In times of great threat, tribes who had once chosen different paths sometimes came together to face a common enemy, be it an invading army or the relentless advance of settlers. In these rare moments, the memory of a shared past and a common love for the land bridged the gaps that had formed between them. The French and the British themselves were not static in their approaches. Their methods and ambitions evolved over time, and with these changes came new demands on the indigenous peoples. The French, for example, began to see that simply relying on trade would not sustain their colonies indefinitely. They started to encourage more permanent settlements, which meant that native lands were increasingly encroached upon. Similarly, the British, once focused on establishing small, self-sustaining communities, eventually moved to support large-scale expansion and agricultural development. These shifts forced Native leaders to continually reassess their alliances, trying to stay one step ahead of the European plans that threatened their way of life. In many cases, the impact of these shifting loyalties was felt in the everyday lives of Native peoples. The traditional practices of hunting, gathering, and communal living were disrupted by the demands of colonial economies. New goods brought by the Europeans changed the way people farmed and built their homes, and the once clear boundaries between territories became muddled by lines drawn on maps. The land itself, which had always been a living, breathing part of Native identity, was increasingly seen as a resource to be divided and sold. For those who had fought so hard to protect their traditions, these changes were both a practical challenge and a deep emotional wound. Despite the many hardships, the indigenous peoples found ways to adapt. They learned to use new tools and techniques, integrating European items into their own crafts while still holding on to the core of their heritage. They developed new forms of governance that blended traditional wisdom with the new realities of a changing world. For some, shifting loyalties became a strategy not of betrayal but of survival, a way to protect what was most sacred while navigating a complex and often dangerous new landscape. In councils held around great fires and in quiet gatherings beneath starlit skies, Native leaders and elders would discuss the meaning of these alliances, weighing the benefits and costs in words that were simple yet profound. Their decisions were not made for glory or conquest. They were made out of a deep desire to keep their people safe, to preserve the old ways even as the new world pressed in on all sides. The story of these shifting loyalties is one of both loss and resilience. As Native peoples moved between alliances with the French and the British, they experienced moments of hope and times of deep sorrow. The promises of protection and shared power were often broken, leaving scars that would last for generations. Yet the spirit of the indigenous peoples endured. Their connection to the land, their rich oral traditions, and their deep sense of community provided a foundation that no amount of shifting power could erase. Even as the European powers struggled for control, native cultures found ways to persist, to adapt, and to pass on the wisdom of their ancestors to their children. In the end, the era of shifting loyalties among the French, the British, and the native peoples left a legacy that is still remembered today. It is a legacy of difficult choices and hard-won lessons. A reminder that survival often requires flexibility, courage, and the willingness to change course when necessary. The indigenous peoples learned that the only constant in a world filled with uncertainty was the deep bond they shared with the land and with each other. Their stories, passed down through generations, tell of times when alliances were formed in the heat of battle, when promises were made and broken, and when the heart of a people remained unyielding despite the relentless pressure of change. As we look back on this period, we see a time when native communities were forced to navigate a world of shifting power, where every decision carried the weight of history and the hopes of the future. The choices they made were not always easy, and the road was often marked by hardship and sacrifice. Yet in the midst of it all, there was a profound determination to hold on to what mattered most: the love for the land, the bonds of community, and the traditions that had sustained them for countless generations. This chapter in history is a testament to the strength and resilience of the indigenous peoples, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming change, the spirit of a people can endure and even thrive. When the American Revolution broke out, the new conflict spread far beyond the battlefields between colonists and British soldiers. For the indigenous peoples of North America, the revolution was not just a war between two sides. It was a turning point that forced them to choose between uncertain futures. The native peoples had long been masters of their own destiny, guided by traditions and a deep love for the land. Now they found themselves facing a powerful challenge: deciding where their loyalties should lie in a conflict that threatened to change their world forever. As word of the uprising reached native communities, many leaders gathered in quiet councils to discuss what this new struggle might mean for their people. They had seen outsiders come and go for centuries and knew that their fate was tied to the land, not to the ambitions of foreign armies. Some tribes believed that joining the British might be the best way to protect their territories. After all, the British had long been present in North America and, in some cases, had built a relationship with native communities over many years. Others felt that supporting the American colonists could help secure a future where their rights and lands might be recognized by a new nation built on ideals of freedom. Still, some leaders chose to remain neutral, hoping to avoid the burden of war altogether. In every decision, the weight of generations of tradition and wisdom was felt. For many indigenous communities, the decision was not simply a matter of choosing sides in a distant conflict. It was about protecting what was most sacred. Native peoples had always viewed the land as a gift from the Creator, something that belonged to every living being rather than to any one group. This belief made it difficult for many to align with any force that seemed bent on dividing and claiming the land for its own benefit. Yet as the fighting drew nearer, pressure mounted from all sides. The British, with their powerful armies and promises of protection, reached out to native leaders, urging them to help fight against the American rebels. They promised that by standing with them, the native peoples would be allowed to keep their lands and traditions intact. The American colonists, on the other hand, argued that their struggle for freedom might lead to a future where all people could share in the benefits of a new, just society. In many ways, the indigenous leaders saw echoes of their own past in this struggle. They remembered times when rival groups had fought over territory and resources, when alliances shifted like the winds over the plains. Their decision was not taken lightly. In long meetings held by the fire, elders and warriors debated the risks and benefits. They recalled stories of ancestors who had resisted invaders by standing firm on their beliefs, and they worried that choosing one side might lead to betrayal or loss of independence. The discussions were filled with quiet determination as each leader weighed what was best for the future of their community. Some tribes decided to side with the British. They felt that the long-standing relationship with the British could be the strongest shield against further encroachment on their lands. For these native groups, the British were seen as a familiar presence, one that had, at times, respected the natural balance and traditions of the indigenous peoples. These tribes offered warriors, scouts, and even guides to the British forces. They joined in battles not out of a desire for conquest but to protect their homes and families from the threat of further displacement. Yet even among those who chose the British path there was sorrow. Many native warriors understood that by taking up arms, they risked alienating neighbors and undermining centuries-old ways of living in harmony with the earth. Other native groups chose to support the American colonists. They hoped that by standing with the rebels, they could help shape a new government that might be more willing to recognize their rights. The promise of freedom resonated deeply with some indigenous leaders, who saw parallels between the colonists' fight for independence and their own struggle to keep their land free from exploitation. These tribes lent their knowledge of the land to the American forces, guiding them through dense forests and across vast rivers. Their contributions were crucial in battles fought in the wilderness, where every advantage was needed. For those who joined the American side, the revolution was a chance to be part of a new beginning, one that might finally honor the ancient ties between the people and the land. However, the choice was not clear-cut. In many cases, the decision to support one side over the other led to deep divisions within native communities. Families that had long shared traditions and language were split apart by differing opinions on how best to secure their future. In some villages, elders pleaded for neutrality, warning that taking sides might invite endless conflict and further loss. But as the war escalated, remaining neutral became almost impossible. Both the British and the American forces pressed native leaders to commit, offering gifts, protection, and promises of better treatment in return for loyalty. The pressure mounted like a tide, and slowly, some communities were forced to pick a side or face the consequences of being caught in the middle. The American Revolution was not only a battle fought with muskets and cannons, it was also a struggle for hearts and minds. Indigenous leaders who supported one side had to convince their people that the risks were worth the potential rewards. They spoke of honor, bravery, and the need to protect their sacred way of life. They reminded their people that every generation had faced hardships, and that now was the time to stand together to secure a future for their children. In whispered conversations around campfires and in the quiet of sacred groves, the decision was revisited time and again. The voices of the elders, filled with the wisdom of long experience, urged caution and care, even as the drums of war beat in the distance. As battles raged in the forests and along riverbanks, the impact on indigenous communities was profound. Those who had joined the British or the Americans found themselves fighting far from their homes, often in unfamiliar territory where the struggles of the revolution blended with the timeless challenge of protecting their way of life. In some cases, native warriors fought side by side with their chosen allies, earning respect for their skill and bravery. Yet the cost was high. Many lost their lives, and with each loss, a piece of the old world faded away. The once peaceful rhythms of life were disrupted by the sounds of battle and the constant fear of loss. The land, which had always been a sanctuary of balance, now bore the marks of war: scarred trees, trampled fields, and streams that flowed with the memories of sorrow. For those who chose neutrality, life became a delicate balancing act. They tried to maintain their ancient traditions and keep their communities safe from the ravages of war. But even neutrality was not without cost. The encroachment of foreign armies meant that even those who did not take up arms were often caught in the crossfire. Their fields were trampled, their hunting grounds disrupted, and their peaceful ways disturbed by the march of soldiers. The promise of a neutral path was fragile, and the very idea of staying out of the conflict was a constant struggle in a world where power was increasingly measured by the ability to choose a side. As the war continued, the hope for a better future began to wane. The promises made by both the British and the American forces often fell short when it came to protecting the lands and rights of the indigenous peoples. Treaties were signed in moments of optimism, only to be broken later when new pressures emerged. Native leaders watched with heavy hearts as each agreement that was supposed to secure their future ended up as a reminder of promises unkept. The struggle of the American Revolution, which had once offered the possibility of a fresh start, soon became another chapter in the long story of Native resistance and loss. Despite the hardships, the American Revolution also ignited a spirit of determination among the indigenous peoples. They learned that their voice mattered, even in the grand conflicts of empires. The choices they made during this time, whether to fight, to ally, or to remain neutral, became a part of the living history of their people. These decisions were passed down through oral traditions, told in hushed tones by elders to remind future generations of the complex legacy of the Revolution. The stories were not just about battles and treaties. They were about the resilience of communities that had faced impossible choices with courage and hope. In the end, the American Revolution left deep scars on the native peoples of North America. The conflict reshaped the land, redrew boundaries, and forced indigenous communities to confront a new reality. The legacy of that time is mixed with both pride and sorrow. The pride of knowing that they had fought for their beliefs and the sorrow of watching centuries-old ways of life crumble under the weight of foreign ambition. Yet even as the echoes of war receded, the lessons of those turbulent times continued to guide Native peoples. They learned that survival meant more than choosing a side. It meant holding on to the deep connection with the land, with each other, and with the traditions that had sustained them through all of history. Today, the choices made during the American Revolution remain a poignant chapter in the story of indigenous peoples. The struggle for autonomy, respect, and recognition that began in those days has continued into the present, carried on by descendants who remember the sacrifices of their ancestors. The revolution may have been fought by outsiders, but its impact was felt deeply by the Native communities who had no part in its planning, yet were forced to bear its consequences. As we reflect on this time, we see a landscape of difficult decisions and enduring hope, a reminder that the fight for justice and the protection of one's way of life is never easy. The indigenous peoples of North America, with their rich traditions and deep bond to the land, showed a strength that continues to inspire today. Their choices during the American Revolution were not made lightly. They were the result of careful thought, deep tradition, and an unwavering commitment to preserving what was most sacred. Their story is a powerful testament to the fact that even in the midst of great conflict, the spirit of a people can remain unbroken, shining as a beacon of resilience for generations to come. After the American Revolution ended, the new nation began to shape its future with a flurry of ideas, promises, and plans. For the indigenous peoples of North America, this was a time filled with hope, uncertainty, and deep sorrow. Many Native communities had already suffered through wars and the harsh choices forced upon them during the Revolution. Now, as the United States emerged as a new government, Native leaders found themselves facing a new kind of challenge, dealing with treaties and promises that were often made in words and then forgotten. In the years that followed the Revolution, the American government set out to establish its power over the vast lands of the new country. One of the first steps was to make treaties with the Native peoples. These treaties were meant to be agreements that would outline the rights and lands of both sides. Many indigenous leaders believed that these promises would secure their future, protect their sacred lands, and allow them to continue their traditional ways of life. They hoped that by signing agreements, they could gain recognition and respect from the new government, and in return the United States would honor the rich heritage of the Native peoples. At first there was hope in these discussions. Native leaders met with government officials, often in peaceful settings chosen by both sides, and signed treaties that spoke of friendship, protection, and shared use of the land. These agreements were written on paper, a new form of record that was foreign to many indigenous cultures that relied on oral tradition. Yet the words on those documents promised that Native communities would be allowed to live on their ancestral lands, hunt and fish as they had done for centuries, and receive help if their communities suffered. However, the promises in these treaties soon began to unravel. The American government, driven by a desire to expand its territory, started to break these agreements. New settlers poured into areas that had been promised to Native peoples, and the land that once provided food, shelter, and spiritual meaning was taken over for farming, towns, and roads. Many Native leaders watched in dismay as the words of the treaties were ignored or twisted to fit the new needs of a growing nation. In some cases, treaties were renegotiated under pressure, with Native communities forced to accept smaller pieces of land than they had originally been promised. The breach of these agreements led to deep feelings of betrayal among the indigenous peoples. Generations had trusted in the promises made by their ancestors and in the hope that the new government would honor the words it had signed. Instead, Native communities were slowly pushed off their lands, and many traditional hunting and gathering areas became inaccessible. The broken promises caused not only the loss of territory but also the erosion of a way of life that had been built over thousands of years. The treaties, once seen as symbols of hope and partnership, turned into painful reminders of loss and deception. As settlers moved in, the impact on Native communities was immediate. Families who had lived on the same land for countless generations suddenly found themselves forced to leave. The landscapes that had shaped their identity, rivers that ran clear, forests that sheltered generations, and open fields where the stories of their ancestors were told, were altered beyond recognition. The new government often used military force to enforce these changes, and when Native peoples resisted, the result was more violence and hardship. The words of the treaties, meant to guarantee protection, were rendered meaningless by the force of numbers and new laws that favored settlers. For many indigenous peoples, the broken promises of these treaties meant that they had to constantly fight for their rights. Leaders and elders gathered in council after council, discussing ways to preserve what they could of their culture and land. They shared the painful memories of treaties that had been made with hope, only to be betrayed by those in power. The sense of injustice was strong, and it passed down from one generation to the next in stories told around the campfire and in the quiet moments of reflection. These stories became a vital part of the Native oral tradition, serving both as a record of the past and a reminder of the need to stand up for what was right. The failure of treaties also led to more conflict. As the government pressed for further expansion, Native communities organized resistance to try to protect their remaining lands. Some groups fought bravely to hold on to what was left, using the skills and knowledge of their ancestors to challenge the new order. These struggles were not always successful, but they showed a determination to resist the tide of change that threatened to erase centuries of culture. In many instances, the fighting left scars that lasted for generations, as families mourned those who were lost in battles that were as much about dignity and identity as they were about land. The heartbreak of broken treaties also had a deep effect on the trust between Native peoples and the government. Once the agreements had been seen as a bridge between two worlds, a way for different peoples to live together with mutual respect. With each broken promise, however, that bridge crumbled a little more. Native communities became wary of any new agreements, knowing that the words of the treaties could easily be forgotten or ignored once the pressures of expansion took hold. This distrust would continue to affect relationships for many years, influencing how future negotiations were conducted and often leading to even harsher treatment of indigenous peoples. Despite the constant struggle, the indigenous peoples did not lose their spirit. They continued to honor their traditions, to teach their children the old songs, dances, and stories that carried the wisdom of their ancestors. Even as they were forced to adapt to new realities, the native peoples held on to the belief that their connection to the land was unbreakable. This deep bond with nature, passed down through countless generations, was a source of strength and resilience. It reminded them that even if the promises of the government were broken, the land itself would always be a part of who they were. In many communities, elders took it upon themselves to keep the memory of the original treaties alive. They would recount the day when promises were made, describing the words with care and reminding younger members of their right to remember and resist injustice. These gatherings were not only moments of remembrance but also times to plan for a future where native rights would be respected. Through storytelling, music, and art, the indigenous peoples continued to assert their identity and honor the deep history that the treaties had attempted to capture, even if imperfectly. The failure of treaties to protect native lands and rights also spurred a slow change in the approach of indigenous leaders. They began to work more closely with each other, forming alliances that crossed traditional boundaries. This unity was born of necessity as they faced the overwhelming force of a government that cared little for the old ways. Together they sought legal means, education, and advocacy to demand that their voices be heard. Over time, the struggle for rights and recognition became a central part of the native identity, a fight for justice that would continue well into modern times. The legacy of the post-revolution treaties is one of both deep loss and enduring hope. While many promises were broken and lands were taken, the spirit of the indigenous peoples remained unbroken. The memory of those early agreements serves as a reminder of what was once promised, a promise of respect, protection, and the right to live on one's ancestral land. Even as modern laws and policies have evolved, the history of those treaties continues to influence the struggle for native rights today. In the end, the story of post-revolution treaties, promises, and broken agreements is a powerful chapter in the long history of indigenous peoples in North America. It tells of a time when hope met betrayal, when words written on paper could not capture the deep connection between people and the land. It is a story of injustice but also of resilience, a reminder that even when promises are broken, the bond between a people and their home endures. The native peoples continue to honor that bond, drawing strength from the land and from the memory of their ancestors as they work toward a future where true respect and justice are finally achieved. The idea of manifest destiny grew in the minds of many settlers and government leaders in the young United States. It was a belief that it was the nation's right and duty to expand its territory from the Atlantic to the Pacific. For many Americans, this belief was a promise of hope, prosperity, and progress. Yet for the indigenous peoples of North America, this expansion meant a great loss. The once vast and free lands they had tended for generations were suddenly under threat, as an unstoppable tide of settlers moved westward. As the idea of manifest destiny took hold, the message was spread by newspapers, speeches, and letters that painted a picture of endless opportunity. Settlers were told that the land out west was a new beginning, a place where they could build a better life. They were urged to move, to claim lands that no one else had, and to build communities, farms, and cities where the wild lands had once reigned. This promise was irresistible to many who dreamed of a life filled with hope and opportunity. They saw the open plains, the sparkling rivers, and the towering mountains as gifts waiting to be used. For the indigenous peoples, however, the lands had a different meaning. They had lived there for countless generations, caring for the earth, sharing its resources and honoring its spirit. To them, the land was not something to be conquered or owned. It was a living part of their identity, full of memories, traditions, and sacred sites. The arrival of settlers, driven by the powerful belief in manifest destiny, was like an intrusion into a world that had long been protected by tradition and respect. The newcomers' claim that they had a divine right to the land clashed deeply with the native view that the earth was a gift meant to be shared and respected by all living beings. As more settlers moved west, the government began to make plans to encourage this mass movement. Lands were surveyed, divided, and sold to anyone willing to pay. Roads were built and towns sprang up almost overnight. The promise of prosperity was strong, and many people left behind their old lives to start anew in the vast unknown. But as the settlers claimed the lands and began to build a new nation, indigenous peoples found themselves gradually pushed from their ancestral homes. Hunting grounds, fishing streams, and sacred forests were taken over by farms and cities. The expansion was rapid and relentless, leaving little room for the native ways of life. The ideology of manifest destiny was wrapped in the language of progress. It promised that the new developments would bring light to the dark corners of the continent and that the land would be transformed into a symbol of modern achievement. This vision, however, ignored the deep connection that native peoples had with the land. The transformation of the landscape meant not only physical change but also the erosion of a way of life that had been nurtured over millennia. For indigenous communities, every tree cut down, every river diverted, and every prairie plowed was a wound inflicted on their heritage. The land that once echoed with the voices of ancestors was now silenced by the sound of axes and plows. As the government pushed forward with westward expansion, treaties were signed, and laws were enacted that forced many native peoples off their lands. The belief in manifest destiny made these actions seem inevitable to many Americans, even as the native communities felt the pain of betrayal. The promises of protection and respect in earlier agreements gave way to forced removals and confinement on reservations. The loss of land meant the loss of a way to live freely and in harmony with nature. It was a struggle that tore at the heart of indigenous life, as families were separated from the lands that had given them life, and traditions that had been passed down through the ages began to fade. The push for expansion also changed the physical environment of the West. Forests that had been home to a variety of wildlife were cleared to make way for farms and towns. The great rivers that once flowed wild and free were dammed and redirected to serve the needs of a growing nation. The natural beauty and balance that indigenous peoples had maintained were replaced by a new order defined by agriculture, commerce, and industry. While many settlers celebrated these changes as signs of progress, the native peoples mourned the loss of a world that had been whole and balanced. The destruction of the natural world was not simply an economic matter. It was a deep, spiritual loss that echoed in the hearts of those who had lived in close relationship with nature. The belief in manifest destiny was also used to justify actions that led to violence and conflict. As settlers and the government pushed further west, native peoples resisted the encroachment on their lands. Battles and skirmishes broke out in many regions, as indigenous warriors fought to defend their homes. The resistance was marked by bravery and determination, but the overwhelming numbers and resources of the expanding nation often tipped the balance. The violence of the conflicts left scars on the landscape and in the memories of both settlers and native peoples. It was a tragic reminder that the dream of expansion came at a high cost. For the indigenous communities, the expansion of the United States was a slow and painful process of dispossession. Families who had lived on the same land for generations were forced to leave behind not only their homes but also the stories, the sacred sites, and the places of healing. The cultural traditions that were tied to the land, from seasonal rituals to the careful cultivation of native plants, were disrupted by the relentless march of progress. The loss was measured not just in acres of land, but in the diminishing of a rich heritage. Every treaty that was broken, every promise that was ignored, reinforced the sense of injustice and sorrow that Native peoples felt. The impact of manifest destiny on the indigenous peoples was both immediate and far-reaching. It reshaped the physical landscape, altered traditional ways of living, and set in motion a series of events that would have lasting effects on the future of North America. The ideology of expansion, while celebrated by many as a mark of national strength, also served as a tool for displacement and control. The same vision that promised hope and progress for some became a symbol of loss and betrayal for others. Despite the hardships, the indigenous peoples continued to draw strength from their deep connection to the land. Their resistance was not only a struggle against physical removal but also a fight to keep their culture and traditions alive. They held on to the old stories, the songs, and the rituals that had been passed down from their ancestors, using them as a source of identity and resilience. Even in the face of overwhelming change, Native communities found ways to adapt, to find pockets of resistance in the midst of a new and challenging world. Leaders emerged among the indigenous peoples who spoke passionately about the need to protect the land and the traditions that had sustained them for so long. They reminded their communities that the land was more than just a resource to be exploited. It was a living, breathing part of who they were. These voices of resistance echoed through generations, inspiring young people to learn about their heritage and to stand up for their rights. The struggle for the land became a symbol of a much larger fight for justice, respect, and the preservation of a way of life that had existed long before the concept of manifest destiny was ever heard. The story of manifest destiny and westward expansion is a complex one. It is a tale of hope and ambition for some and of loss and sorrow for many others. It shows how the dreams of a nation can come into conflict with the deep-rooted traditions of those who have long called the land home. For the settlers, the West represented freedom, opportunity, and the promise of a new beginning. For the indigenous peoples, it was the space where their ancestors had lived, where nature sang its ancient songs and where every rock, tree, and river held meaning. As the United States grew and spread across the continent, the effects of manifest destiny continued to be felt. The new order brought with it innovations and progress, but it also created divisions and wounds that have lasted through the years. The legacy of this time is seen today in the struggles over land rights, the efforts to preserve native languages and traditions, and the ongoing calls for justice from indigenous communities. The dream of expansion may have built a nation, but it also left behind a trail of broken promises and deep-seated pain. In the end, the ideology of manifest destiny stands as a reminder that progress often comes with a price. It is a story of ambition and vision, but also one of the harsh realities that can occur when one way of life is forced upon another. The indigenous peoples of North America continue to honor their past, cherishing the land and traditions that remain despite centuries of change. Their resilience, rooted in a deep and abiding connection to the earth, serves as a powerful testament to the strength of a culture that has withstood countless challenges. When we look back on this period of westward expansion, we see both the beauty of a dream realized and the pain of a promise unfulfilled. The lands that once echoed with the footsteps of native ancestors now tell the story of a nation built on both hope and hardship. The history of manifest destiny is not just a chapter in the story of the United States. It is a part of the living memory of the indigenous peoples, a memory that continues to shape their struggle for justice and recognition today. Even as forced removals tore families from their ancestral lands, many indigenous communities refuse to let their spirit be broken. In the midst of displacement and hardship, Native peoples found new ways to resist, to adapt, and to keep alive the traditions that had been passed down for countless generations. This chapter tells the story of a people who, despite being pushed into unfamiliar lands and facing overwhelming challenges, discovered that true strength comes from within and from the bonds of community. When the painful process of forced relocation began, many Native leaders and families felt a deep loss, as if a part of their identity was being stripped away. The lands they had known for so long were more than just places to live. They were sacred spaces that held memories, stories, and the wisdom of their ancestors. As they were forced to leave these homes, some tribes chose to fight back in ways that did not always involve arms and battles. Instead, they turned to quiet forms of resistance that were rooted in their culture and traditions. They gathered together to share songs, stories, and rituals that reminded them of who they were. In these gatherings, elders passed on the teachings and histories that could not be taken away, even if the physical land was lost. In many communities, resistance began with a refusal to accept the new way of life imposed by the government. Native peoples organized themselves in councils and community meetings where they discussed how to preserve their culture despite the harsh new conditions. They agreed that even if they had to live on unfamiliar reservations, the memories of their old homes and the lessons learned from nature and their ancestors would remain a part of them. The act of speaking their native languages, performing traditional dances, and celebrating ancient ceremonies became a form of protest, a declaration that their identity was not defined by the loss of land alone. Every time a community gathered to tell a story or sing a song, it was as if they were planting a seed of hope that would one day grow strong enough to reclaim what had been lost. In the new lands, life was very different. The soil was often poor, the weather harsh, and the natural resources were not the same as those in their former homes. Many indigenous families struggled to adapt to these changes, and the disruption to their traditional ways of living brought not only material hardship but also deep emotional pain. Yet, in the face of these difficulties, the Native peoples showed remarkable resilience. They learned to work the new lands in a way that blended old knowledge with new methods. In some cases, they adopted elements of European farming techniques while still using traditional wisdom about the land. They planted crops that were familiar, but they also learned to grow new ones that could survive in the harsh conditions of the reservations. This blend of old and new was not seen as a betrayal of their past but rather as a way to ensure that their people could survive and thrive, no matter where they were forced to live. Resistance also took the form of small acts of defiance against the rules imposed by the new authorities. In many cases, Native communities refused to follow laws that they saw as unjust. They would quietly continue to use traditional methods of hunting, gathering, and land management, even when government officials demanded that they change their ways. In these moments, the simple act of holding on to an old custom was a powerful statement, a way of saying that the spirit of the people was stronger than any law. This form of everyday resistance helped keep their culture alive, and it sent a message to future generations that the traditions of the past were worth preserving. Leaders emerged from within the communities who inspired others with their courage and determination. These individuals, often chosen by the wisdom of their elders, became symbols of the Native struggle. They traveled from one settlement to another, sharing ideas, encouraging young people to learn their language and customs, and organizing meetings where people could speak freely about their hopes and dreams. Their leadership was not marked by grand speeches or promises of revenge. Instead, it was rooted in a deep belief in the power of unity and tradition. They reminded their people that even when faced with great adversity, the strength of their ancestors lived on in every song sung, every dance performed, and every story told around the fire. For many, resilience was not simply about survival but about the determination to rebuild. In the face of overwhelming loss, Native communities began to create new institutions that would help preserve their way of life. They built schools where children could learn both the modern language of the world and the ancient language of their ancestors. They established cultural centers where art, music, and crafts could be taught and celebrated. These efforts were small at first, but they grew over time as more people joined in the work of restoring a sense of pride and identity. The act of creating something new out of the hardships of displacement became a way of healing. A way to show that even when much is taken away, the heart of a people can still beat strong. In these communities, resistance was not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it was quiet and patient, like a slow stream carving its path through rock. It was seen in the way that families kept old photographs, in the careful preservation of heirlooms, and in the words of elders who would recall the days when the land was whole and free. This quiet form of resistance was a reminder that the Native identity was not tied to a specific place but lived in the spirit and the memory of the people. It was a way to say that no matter how far they were forced to roam, the connection to the land and the stories of the past could never be severed. Over time, the resilience of these communities began to show in other ways. They started to fight for their rights in more organized ways, using the legal system and political channels to demand that the promises made in old treaties be honored. Through persistent efforts and the support of new generations, Native peoples began to win small victories, gaining recognition for their claims to certain lands, recovering parts of their heritage, and even influencing policies that affected their lives. Each victory, no matter how small, was celebrated as a step toward reclaiming a history that had been marred by injustice. These successes were hard-won, but they proved that resistance could bring about change. The road to recovery was long and filled with setbacks, yet the Native peoples continued to press forward. They organized protests, wrote letters, and held public meetings to raise awareness about the hardships they had endured. The stories of forced removal and the loss of ancestral lands were shared far and wide, slowly stirring sympathy and support among people outside their communities. In this way, the struggle of the indigenous peoples began to take on a larger significance, a symbol of the fight for justice and the right to self-determination. Their perseverance in the face of immense adversity inspired many others who had faced similar challenges, and their voices grew louder over time. One of the most important lessons that emerged from this period of resistance and resilience was the power of community. Native peoples learned that by standing together, they could better protect their traditions and work for a future that honored their past. Families and communities that had once been torn apart by forced removals slowly began to reconnect. New generations, raised in an environment where both old and new worlds coexisted, began to embrace their dual identity. They learned to celebrate their heritage while also finding ways to succeed in the modern world. In the shared struggle, they found unity and strength, a unity that allowed them to face each challenge with the knowledge that they were not alone. The resistance and resilience shown by the indigenous peoples in the face of displacement is a story of hope, courage, and an unyielding connection to the past. Even when forced to leave the lands that had sustained them for generations, they carried with them the lessons of their ancestors and the deep love for the earth that had always been their guide. Their response to loss was not to give in to despair but to forge a new path, one that honored the old ways while adapting to the demands of a changing world. Today, the spirit of resistance and resilience lives on in the continuing struggle for Native rights and recognition. Indigenous communities around North America work tirelessly to reclaim their heritage, to protect their lands, and to pass on their traditions to future generations. They hold festivals, teach their languages, and celebrate the art and music that have always been a part of who they are. These efforts are a powerful reminder that even in the darkest times, hope can grow, and the strength of a people can light the way forward. The story of resistance in the face of displacement is not just a chapter in history, it is a living part of the identity of Indigenous peoples today. It teaches us that even when much is lost, the bonds of community and the memories of the past can serve as a source of great strength. In the quiet resilience of a family preserving an old story, in the determined voice of a young person learning their language, and in the collective action of a community standing together, the legacy of those who faced forced relocation endures. When we remember this chapter, we honor the courage of those who refused to let their spirit be broken, and we acknowledge the hard path they walked in order to keep their traditions alive. Their story is a testament to the power of the human heart, a reminder that even when the world changes in ways we cannot control, our identity, our memories, and our love for what is sacred remain with us forever. When the era of forced removals and relocations came to an end, a new chapter in Indigenous history began, one defined by the creation of reservations. Instead of roaming freely across the lands that had sustained them for countless generations, many Native American communities were now confined to specific areas set aside by the government. This new system of reservations was meant to organize Native peoples under a framework of control and regulation, but it also brought deep changes, challenges, and a struggle for dignity. At first, reservations were presented as a way to protect Native peoples from the violence and chaos of westward expansion. Government officials explained that by placing Indigenous communities on designated lands, they could help maintain order and provide a sense of stability. The promise was that these new lands would be places where Native cultures could continue to thrive, separate from the conflicts of expanding settlements. However, the reality was far more complex and painful. The lands chosen were often far from the rich, familiar territories that tribes had lived on for generations. Many reservations were located in regions with harsh climates, poor soil, and few natural resources. This meant that the traditional ways of hunting, gathering, and farming were suddenly disrupted by the environment itself. For many Native families, the reservation system felt like a prison. They were no longer free to move as they had before, to follow the seasons, to hunt in the open plains, or to gather by the rivers. The new boundaries were drawn by government officials who did not understand the deep connection that Indigenous peoples had with the land. To the Native peoples, the earth was sacred. It was a living part of their identity, full of memories, rituals, and stories. Being confined to a reservation meant being cut off from the places that held their heritage. The loss was not only physical but also emotional and spiritual. Many elders spoke of a great sorrow that came from being forced to live on lands that did not match the beauty and bounty of their ancestral homes. Life on the reservations was challenging in many ways. The government promised support in the form of supplies, schools, and medical care, but the reality was often one of neglect and insufficient resources. Housing was overcrowded, food was scarce, and opportunities for economic growth were limited. The traditional ways of life were disrupted as the reservation system imposed new forms of government and new rules that were foreign to the Native peoples. Many found it difficult to adjust to these changes. The skills that had been passed down from one generation to the next, skills in hunting, farming, and maintaining the balance with nature, were suddenly of little use in a system that valued modern agriculture and industrial methods. The result was a deep sense of dislocation and a loss of self-reliance that had once been the hallmark of Indigenous cultures. As time went on, the reservation system became a tool for further control by the government. Laws and regulations were imposed that governed almost every aspect of daily life. Native peoples were often required to live in ways that did not match their traditional customs. They were forced to attend government-run schools where their language and culture were discouraged, and they had to adopt new methods of living that were alien to their heritage. The idea was to assimilate the Native peoples into the broader American society, erasing the distinct traditions that had defined them for so long. For many, this felt like a slow, deliberate process of losing who they were. The policies of assimilation led to the breakdown of family structures and community bonds, as the new rules left little room for the old ways. Children were taken from their families and placed in boarding schools where they were forbidden to speak their native languages or practice their traditions. The pain of this separation still echoes in many communities today. Despite these hardships, the reservation era was also a time of resilience. Even under the strict control of government policies, many indigenous peoples found ways to hold on to their culture and identity. In the quiet corners of reservation communities, elders continued to pass on the stories, songs, and traditions of their ancestors. In secret gatherings and in moments of quiet rebellion, Native peoples taught their children the old ways. They remembered the songs that had been sung for centuries and the dances that celebrated the spirit of the land. Even when government officials tried to erase these practices, the heart of the culture persisted. Resistance was not always loud or violent. Sometimes it was found in the simple act of speaking one's native language in a world that demanded conformity. The reservation system also forced indigenous peoples to adapt in new ways. Faced with unfamiliar land and limited resources, many communities began to develop new methods of survival. They learned to combine traditional knowledge with modern techniques to make the best of their situation. Some started small enterprises such as crafts, agriculture, or local trade, as a means to support their families and maintain a sense of independence. These efforts were often small and difficult, but they were a sign of the unyielding spirit of a people determined to survive despite the odds. The blending of the old and the new became a way to preserve identity while also facing the challenges of the modern world. Government policies on reservations were not static. Over the years, many Native leaders and activists began to push back against the restrictions and the neglect. They organized protests, held meetings with government officials, and used the legal system to demand that their rights be respected. The struggle was long and filled with setbacks, but it was a crucial step in reclaiming dignity and self-determination. Activism on reservations grew as people realized that the loss of land and culture was not an inevitable fate, but a problem that could be addressed through unity and perseverance. These movements laid the foundation for later efforts to secure land rights, improve living conditions, and revitalize native languages and traditions. In many reservation communities, the spirit of resistance was interwoven with the day-to-day struggle for survival. Despite the harsh conditions, families found strength in one another. Community centers, cultural events, and traditional celebrations became important gatherings where the old ways were honored and new hope was kindled. The acts of sharing meals, dancing to familiar rhythms, and telling ancestral stories served as small but powerful acts of defiance against a system that sought to control every aspect of life. They were reminders that even in confinement, the spirit of the people could not be contained. These gatherings provided solace and a sense of belonging, even as the physical boundaries of the reservations reminded everyone of the loss that had been forced upon them. The impact of the reservation era is still felt in indigenous communities today. Many Native American families continue to live on lands that were imposed on them, and the legacy of confinement and control has left deep marks on the social and economic fabric of these communities. Yet even amid ongoing challenges, there is a strong movement toward cultural revival and self-determination. Efforts to reclaim language, art, and traditions are a testament to the resilience of Native peoples. They work not only to preserve what was nearly lost but also to build a future where their rights and identity are recognized and respected. The story of the reservation era is one of both sorrow and strength, a history marked by loss, but also by the unwavering determination to keep the heart of the culture alive. Over time, many Native communities have also used the history of the reservation system as a way to educate others about the injustice they faced and to call for meaningful change. Public commemorations, educational programs, and cultural festivals serve as reminders of what was taken and what remains at stake. These efforts aim to heal old wounds and to forge a future where indigenous peoples can thrive on their own terms. The struggle for justice on reservations has inspired many to work toward policies that honor treaties, support Native economic development, and provide avenues for cultural expression. In this way, the painful history of confinement and control becomes a source of empowerment, a call to reclaim the narrative and to shape a new destiny. The reservation era, with all its hardships and restrictions, is an important part of the story of Native American resilience. It is a reminder that even when a people are forced into tight confines by external powers, their spirit can remain as wide and free as the open sky. The indigenous peoples of North America have faced countless challenges over the centuries, and the reservation system is one of the most painful chapters. Yet through it all, they have held on to the belief that the land, the culture, and the traditions of their ancestors are indestructible. They have shown that confinement in one sense does not mean the end of identity or the loss of hope. In the quiet moments on reservations, where the memories of the past mingle with the struggles of the present, there is a deep sense of history and continuity. The land may have been taken, but the stories and the songs remain. They are carried in the voices of elders and in the laughter of children who learn the old language, in the careful crafting of traditional art, and in the determination to stand together as a community. These acts, small and everyday, are powerful symbols of resistance against a system that once sought to control every part of life. Today, as indigenous peoples continue to work for justice and to reclaim their rights, the lessons of the reservation era serve as a foundation for a new chapter. The journey is long and often difficult, but it is driven by the unyielding belief that a people's identity is not defined by the land they are forced to live on, but by the memories, the traditions, and the love that they carry within their hearts. The reservation era may have been a time of control and confinement, but it also forged a strength and unity that continues to inspire Native communities to this day. In the decades following the establishment of reservations, a new and painful chapter began for many indigenous communities. The government introduced policies designed to force Native American children and families to adopt European American ways of life. These policies, aimed at assimilation, often took the form of boarding schools and other programs that sought to erase Native languages, traditions, and identities. The goal was to make Native American culture disappear and replace it with a new uniform way of life that fit the ideas of modern American society. For many Native peoples, this era brought deep loss and hardship, as children were taken away from their families, and ancient traditions were pushed aside. The boarding school experience began when government officials and missionaries saw education as a way to civilize indigenous children. They believed that by removing children from their native homes, they could teach them the ways of white society, how to speak English, follow strict rules, and embrace a new culture. For the Native families, the idea of sending their children away was heart-wrenching. The home, where grandparents told stories and elders passed down traditions, was suddenly replaced by a distant institution where the old ways were forbidden. In these schools, children were not allowed to speak their native languages, wear traditional clothes, or celebrate cultural customs. Every day they were taught to believe that their heritage was something to be left behind. The first days at boarding school were filled with confusion and fear. Young children, separated from their families, found themselves in a strange environment where the rules were different and the people looked and spoke in ways they did not understand. The schools were often harsh places where discipline was strict, and punishment was common for any act that went against the new rules. The warm, nurturing connection to family and community was replaced by a cold, regimented routine. Over time, the children began to lose the sense of identity that had been built in the loving environment of their home communities. Their native names were changed and they were given English names that were easier for the teachers to pronounce. In the classroom, the focus was on memorization and rote learning. The curriculum taught history, science, and math, but it left little room for the stories and traditions of the indigenous cultures. Instead of learning about their own heritage, many children were forced to study the history and culture of the dominant society. They were taught that the way they had lived for centuries was primitive and that true progress could only be achieved by abandoning the old ways. For many, this led to a deep internal conflict, a struggle between the teachings of the boarding school and the memories of home, where elders had shared the rich tapestry of native life. The effects of these assimilation policies went far beyond the classroom. The loss of language in particular had a devastating impact. Language is more than just words. It is the vessel for culture, tradition, and identity. When native children were punished for speaking their language, they were forced to abandon a vital connection to their past. Over time, many lost the ability to speak their mother tongue altogether. This loss created a gap between generations as parents and grandparents struggled to pass on the traditions that were now fading away. The boarding schools, instead of preserving the future of indigenous cultures, became places where the unique voices of native peoples were silenced. The boarding school experience was marked not only by academic challenges but also by emotional and physical hardships. Many students experienced neglect, harsh discipline, and even abuse. The strict environment, coupled with the isolation from family, left deep scars that would affect them for a lifetime. Some children suffered in silence, unable to express the pain they felt from being separated from the love and comfort of their families. Others struggled with feelings of shame and confusion, wondering why their own culture was considered wrong. The trauma of these experiences has been passed down through generations, affecting not just those who attended the schools, but also their descendants. Despite the harshness of these policies, many native children and their families found ways to resist assimilation. In quiet moments, even in the midst of strict rules, children would whisper words in their native language, share secret stories, or pass on traditional songs. Elders, aware of the dangers of complete cultural loss, often found ways to teach their grandchildren about their heritage when the teachers were not watching. Families held on to traditions in secret gatherings and in the safe space of their homes, where they could speak freely and celebrate their identity. These small acts of resistance became a form of silent rebellion against a system that sought to erase who they were. As the years passed, the impact of boarding schools and assimilation policies began to be felt throughout indigenous communities. Many native peoples experienced a sense of dislocation, a feeling of being caught between two worlds, neither of which fully accepted them. On one hand, the government and mainstream society expected them to embrace a new identity, one that was stripped of its ancestral roots. On the other hand, their families and communities held on to traditions that had survived through centuries of change. This internal struggle led to a loss of self-esteem for many, as they felt pressured to choose between the modern world and the old ways. The pain of having to abandon parts of their culture was not easily healed, and it took many years for communities to begin the long process of cultural revival. Throughout this difficult era, Native leaders and activists emerged to challenge the policies of assimilation. They spoke out against the boarding school system and demanded that the government honor the rights of indigenous peoples to preserve their languages, traditions, and ways of life. These voices of resistance were often met with opposition, but they gradually began to change attitudes both within Native communities and in the wider society. The struggle to reclaim language and culture became a rallying point for many, as they worked to restore what had been lost. Community meetings, cultural festivals, and language programs started to appear, all serving as reminders that the heart of indigenous identity could not be erased. In time, the efforts to dismantle the boarding school system and end the harsh assimilation policies began to bear fruit. Government policies started to change as more people became aware of the damaging effects of forced assimilation. The voices of survivors and their families brought attention to the deep wounds that had been inflicted, and calls for reform grew louder. New programs were established to help Native communities revive their languages and cultural practices. While the legacy of the boarding schools still lingers, there is now a strong movement toward healing and reconciliation. The boarding school experience and assimilation policies left an indelible mark on Indigenous peoples, but they also sparked a renewed determination to reclaim cultural identity. Today, many Native American communities are working hard to revive their languages, celebrate their traditions, and pass on the stories of their ancestors. Elders who once suffered in silence now speak proudly of their heritage, and younger generations are being taught the old songs and dances that had once been forbidden. This cultural revival is a powerful testament to the resilience of a people who refuse to let their identity be defined by the hardships of the past. The story of assimilation and the boarding school experience is a reminder of the cost of forced change. It shows how policies meant to create uniformity instead led to deep loss and long-lasting pain. Yet it is also a story of resistance, of the quiet, persistent efforts of Native peoples to keep their traditions alive in the face of overwhelming pressure. The struggle to reclaim language, culture, and identity continues today, as Indigenous communities work to heal old wounds and build a future that honors their past. In reflecting on this chapter of history, we see that the journey toward cultural survival is not an easy one. The boarding school experience stripped away layers of tradition and forced many to confront the pain of separation from their heritage. But it also set the stage for a powerful movement of cultural resurgence, a movement that continues to inspire hope and pride among Native American communities. Through the efforts of educators, activists, and families, the lessons of the past are being used to create a brighter future, one where Indigenous voices can once again be heard and celebrated. The legacy of assimilation policies reminds us that the power of a culture lies in its ability to adapt, survive, and ultimately thrive despite adversity. The memory of those who suffered under the boarding school system lives on, not as a tale of defeat, but as a call to preserve the unique and precious traditions of Native American peoples. Their stories, once silenced, are now being told with strength and clarity, passing on a message of hope, resilience, and the enduring power of identity. During the time of the Civil War and Reconstruction, the lives of Native American peoples were deeply affected by the conflicts and changes that swept through the nation. Although the war was primarily fought between the North and the South, Indigenous communities found themselves caught in its midst, facing difficult choices and playing important roles that are sometimes forgotten in the larger history of the period. For many Native Americans, the struggle was not only about choosing sides in a war but also about protecting their own lands, families, and traditions in a time of great uncertainty. As the Civil War began, news of the conflict reached Native American communities scattered across the country. In some areas, the war was seen as an opportunity to assert their rights and defend their lands, while in others, it brought even more hardship and loss. Many Indigenous leaders knew that the decisions made by the warring parties would have a lasting impact on the future of the continent, and they had to decide whether to support the Union, side with the Confederacy, or try to remain neutral. These decisions were not made lightly. They were the result of long discussions held in councils where elders, warriors, and community members considered both their traditions and the changing world around them. Some tribes chose to support the Union, hoping that the new government might honor promises made in earlier treaties and offer better protection for their lands. Native American soldiers and scouts joined the Union armies, using their knowledge of the land to help guide troops through unfamiliar territories. Their skills in tracking, hunting, and survival were highly valued, and many Native Americans saw their service as a way to prove their loyalty to a nation that, at least in theory, promised liberty and justice for all. For these indigenous warriors, the hope was that by fighting for the Union, they might help shape a future where Native rights were respected and their way of life could continue. In other regions, some tribes found reasons to support the Confederacy. The Confederates, with their emphasis on states' rights and local control, sometimes appeared to offer a path that respected the autonomy of individual communities. Leaders who had experienced broken promises and encroachment on their lands thought that an alliance with the South might help them preserve their traditions and keep their territories intact. Native Americans who joined the Confederate side also played important roles as scouts and guides, often using their deep knowledge of the land to assist the Southern forces. Their decisions were shaped by a mix of strategic thinking and the painful experiences of previous centuries, when promises had been made and then broken by outside powers. For many indigenous communities, the Civil War was a time of difficult choices and divided loyalties. Some families were split apart by differing opinions on which side to support. In one village, elders might counsel that neutrality was the safest path, while younger warriors felt compelled to fight in order to defend their homes. The choices were personal and sometimes pained the unity that had been built over generations. In the midst of these divisions, many Native American leaders continued to emphasize the importance of protecting the land and preserving traditions. They reminded their people that the true struggle was not only between Union and Confederacy, but also for the right to live in harmony with their ancestors' ways. The war also had a profound effect on the daily lives of Native American communities. As soldiers marched and battles raged far from their homes, many indigenous families found themselves facing new pressures. The passage of troops through native lands disrupted traditional practices of hunting, farming, and gathering. The movement of armies often brought destruction to fields, forests, and sacred sites that had been maintained with care over countless generations. For communities that had already experienced loss and displacement, these additional hardships deepened a sense of sorrow and uncertainty about the future. After the Civil War ended, the period known as Reconstruction began, a time when the United States tried to rebuild and redefine itself. The promises of a new beginning of freedom and equal rights for all gave hope to many people. For Native Americans, however, Reconstruction was a mixed time. On one hand, the end of the war meant that some of the conflicts that had brought suffering to their lands were finally over. On the other hand, the efforts to rebuild the nation largely overlooked the needs and rights of indigenous peoples. Many Native Americans found that the promises made during Reconstruction did not extend to them. While the federal government worked to reintegrate the southern states and address the issues of slavery and civil rights for former slaves, the concerns of Native communities continued to be pushed to the margins. In some parts of the country, Native American veterans who had served in the Civil War returned home with a sense of pride and a hope that their contributions would lead to better treatment. They carried with them the scars of battle and the weight of having fought in a war that was not originally theirs. Many of these veterans became leaders in their communities, speaking out for the rights of indigenous peoples and calling for justice. They argued that the sacrifices they had made for the nation should not be forgotten, and that the government had a responsibility to honor its promises and protect native lands. During Reconstruction, the relationship between Native American communities and the federal government remained strained. New policies were introduced that continued the long process of encroachment on Native territories. The expansion of settlements and the drive to develop the West brought additional pressure on indigenous lands. Despite the service of many Native Americans during the Civil War, the government often treated Native peoples as obstacles to progress rather than as partners in building the future of the country. Treaties were renegotiated, and in many cases, the terms were even less favorable than before the war. This period deepened the sense of betrayal that many indigenous communities felt, as the nation they had helped fight for seemed to ignore the rights and histories of its original inhabitants. For many Native Americans, the years of the Civil War and Reconstruction became a time of learning and adaptation. The experiences of the conflict, the pain of division, and the disappointment of broken promises led to a growing awareness of the need to stand together and to assert their rights. In community gatherings and council meetings, elders emphasized the importance of preserving the stories of their ancestors and teaching the next generation about the true history of their people. They stressed that while the nation around them was changing rapidly, the wisdom of the past remained a guide for the future. These meetings were filled with quiet determination, as community members resolved to keep their traditions alive no matter the challenges they faced. The legacy of Native American involvement in the Civil War and the period of Reconstruction is a story of bravery, sacrifice, and complex choices. It is a reminder that the struggle for Native rights has long been intertwined with the larger history of the United States. The contributions of indigenous peoples during these turbulent times were not always recognized or honored by the dominant society, yet their efforts helped shape the course of history. Their service as scouts, guides, and warriors was driven not by a desire for personal gain, but by a deep commitment to protect their lands and preserve their cultures. As the nation moved forward from the Civil War, the experiences of Native Americans during this period continued to influence their communities for many years. The lessons learned on the battlefields and in the councils of their villages served as both a caution and a source of strength. The pain of division and the sorrow of unmet promises became a part of the collective memory, a memory that spurred later generations to fight for justice, recognition, and the right to determine their own future. This resilience in the face of overwhelming change became a cornerstone of indigenous identity, a quality that has helped Native peoples survive through the many challenges that history has brought. The story of Native American roles in the Civil War and Reconstruction is one of hope amid hardship. It tells of individuals and communities who, despite facing a nation divided by conflict and change, found a way to contribute to the larger struggle for freedom. Their stories are woven into the fabric of American history, reminding us that the fight for rights and justice is never confined to one group or one era. It is a shared journey, a reminder that the quest for a better future often requires sacrifices and the courage to stand up for what is right. Today, as we reflect on this chapter of history, we honor the Native American veterans and leaders who played a part in the Civil War and Reconstruction. Their service, their struggles, and their commitment to protecting their people and their lands are a testament to the enduring strength of indigenous communities. Their legacy lives on in the ongoing fight for Native rights, in the efforts to preserve cultural traditions, and in the voices of those who continue to work for a future where all people are respected and valued. In the years that followed the many conflicts and changes, Native American communities found themselves facing a new kind of battle, a fight for legal recognition and true sovereignty. This struggle was not fought on open battlefields with arrows or muskets, but in courts, on government desks, and in the halls of power. For many indigenous peoples, legal recognition meant more than just the signing of treaties or the drawing of lines on maps. It was about the right to self-govern, to maintain cultural traditions, and to decide for themselves how their communities would be run. For centuries, Native American nations had lived by their own rules. Their laws were passed down through generations by word of mouth, in the form of stories, rituals, and traditions. These systems of governance were deeply tied to the land and the spiritual beliefs that had sustained them for as long as anyone could remember. When European settlers arrived, they brought with them a very different idea of law and order. The settlers' legal system was based on written contracts, property rights, and government institutions that did not take into account the unique customs of indigenous peoples. As the new nation of the United States grew, it began to impose its laws on the Native communities, often without regard for the long-established traditions that had governed them. Native American leaders soon realized that in order to protect their people and their way of life, they needed to have a voice in the legal and political processes of the nation. They began to organize to learn about the new laws and to challenge decisions that threatened their rights. This struggle for legal recognition was a long and difficult one. Many tribes took their cases to court, arguing that the treaties they had signed were being ignored or violated by the government. They fought to have their lands acknowledged as sacred, to have their rights to self-governance respected, and to ensure that the promises made in earlier agreements were kept. The fight for sovereignty meant more than just winning a court case. It was about the ability to control one's own destiny. For many Native communities, sovereignty meant having the power to run schools, manage natural resources, and maintain cultural practices without interference from outside authorities. It meant that decisions affecting their communities would be made by people who understood the history, language, and values of the tribe. In many cases, the struggle for legal recognition was intertwined with the fight to preserve ancient traditions. As Native leaders learned to navigate the legal system, they also worked hard to keep the old laws and customs alive. They organized councils, wrote down stories and rules that had been passed down for generations, and used these records as evidence of their right to govern themselves. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Native American communities faced many setbacks. Government policies such as the Dawes Act and other assimilation programs were designed to break up tribal lands and force indigenous peoples to adopt the ways of the dominant society. These policies often resulted in the loss of large areas of land and weakened the traditional authority of tribal leaders. Many Native people were forced onto smaller parcels of land, and the communal way of life that had been the foundation of their cultures was undermined by laws that emphasized individual property ownership. The effects of these policies were felt for many years, as families struggled with poverty and the erosion of their cultural identity. Even as the government pushed forward with policies that seemed to strip Native Americans of their rights, indigenous communities did not remain silent. Leaders emerged who were determined to fight back through the legal system. They took their grievances to court, demanding that treaties be honored and that tribal sovereignty be respected. These court battles were long and complex, often taking years or even decades to reach a conclusion. Many cases were fought on the basis of treaties that had been signed with promises of protection and autonomy. Native American lawyers and activists worked tirelessly to show that these agreements were not just pieces of paper, but sacred bonds between the people and the government. One of the central issues in the struggle for legal recognition was the question of land. For Native Americans, the land was not simply an economic resource. It was a part of their identity and spirituality. The loss of land through broken treaties and forced sales was a deep wound that affected every aspect of life. Legal battles over land rights became a way to reclaim what had been lost. In many cases, indigenous peoples argued that the government had failed to honor the agreements made in earlier times and that they had the right to have their ancestral lands returned or to receive fair compensation. These cases were not always decided in favor of the Native communities, and the legal system was often slow to recognize the unique nature of indigenous land rights. Despite the challenges, every small victory in the courtrooms served as a reminder that the struggle for recognition was possible. Another important part of the battle was the effort to gain control over the governance of their own communities. Many tribes fought to establish tribal governments that would have the power to make decisions about education, health care, natural resources, and cultural preservation. The concept of self-determination was powerful. Native Americans argued that they should be able to decide their own future rather than having policies imposed on them by distant federal authorities. In many cases, tribes set up their own councils, courts, and administrative systems, working to build a structure that would allow them to govern in a way that was true to their traditions. These systems were sometimes challenged by external forces, but they were a crucial step in the journey toward true sovereignty. The struggle for legal recognition was not fought in isolation. Native American activists often worked together with allies from other communities, building coalitions that spanned different tribes and even different parts of the country. They organized protests, held cultural festivals, and used the media to bring attention to their cause. Over time, these efforts began to change public opinion. More and more people began to understand that the rights of indigenous peoples were not a fringe issue, but a fundamental part of the nation's history and future. The movement for Native American rights gained momentum, and lawmakers started to pay attention. Legislation was eventually passed that recognized tribal sovereignty and provided some degree of self-governance. While many challenges remain, these legal and political gains were important milestones in the long fight for recognition. Even as progress was made, the struggle was far from over. Many Native Americans still face challenges today when it comes to legal recognition, land rights, and self-determination. The legacy of past injustices continues to impact communities, and efforts to reclaim lost lands and rebuild traditional governance structures are ongoing. Activists and community leaders continue to work within the legal system to address issues such as environmental protection, economic development, and the preservation of cultural heritage. They argue that true sovereignty means not only the right to govern but also the ability to control natural resources and make decisions that affect the well-being of their people. In many places, Native American communities are taking control of schools, health clinics, and other services, demonstrating that when they are given the chance to govern themselves, they can build strong, resilient communities. The journey toward legal recognition and sovereignty has been a long and difficult one, marked by both setbacks and triumphs. The determination of Native American communities to reclaim their rights is a testament to their enduring spirit. Their fight is about much more than legal battles. It is about restoring dignity, protecting cultural heritage, and ensuring that future generations can live in a way that honors the past. Every court case, every protest, and every act of self-governance is a step toward a future where indigenous peoples are recognized not only as historical inhabitants of the land but as active, thriving communities with the power to shape their own destiny. Today, as Native American communities continue to navigate the challenges of modern society, the struggle for legal recognition and sovereignty remains a vital part of their identity. The efforts of the past have laid the groundwork for ongoing movements that seek to empower indigenous peoples. They serve as a reminder that the right to self-determination is essential to preserving cultural identity and that every community deserves a voice in the decisions that affect their lives. The story of this struggle is one of hope and resilience, a reminder that even when systems are built to control and assimilate, the spirit of a people can rise above and create lasting change. In the end, the fight for legal recognition and sovereignty is not just about laws and courts. It is about the right to live as a free people with deep roots in a land that has been cared for by their ancestors for countless generations. It is a struggle to maintain the balance between honoring tradition and embracing change, ensuring that the unique wisdom of indigenous cultures is not lost but is passed on as a guiding light for the future. As Native American communities continue to build a new path forward, they carry with them the lessons of their history, the importance of unity, the power of resistance, and the belief that true sovereignty lies in the heart and spirit of a people. In the later years of the 20th century and into the 21st century, Native American communities began to experience a revival of their long-held traditions, a cultural renaissance that brought renewed pride and strength. This period marked a turning point when indigenous peoples started to reassert their identities and reclaim their heritage in a world that had often tried to erase it. Across many reservations, cities, and communities, a new movement began to flourish, one that celebrated native languages, arts, ceremonies, and ways of life that had survived centuries of change. For many, the Cultural Renaissance was a quiet but powerful response to years of forced assimilation and legal battles. Elders who had once suffered the loss of language and traditions in boarding schools and under assimilation policies, began to speak openly about the old ways. They organized gatherings where stories were shared, songs were sung, and dances were performed. In these circles, the voices of the past were heard once again, echoing the wisdom of ancestors who had long maintained a deep connection with the land and its cycles. These meetings were more than just social events. They were acts of healing and resistance, a way for communities to repair the deep wounds of history and to rebuild a cultural foundation for future generations. Language played a central role in this renaissance. Native languages are not only a means of communication but also a repository of cultural knowledge and history. Recognizing that many of these languages had been nearly lost due to past policies that banned their use, communities started dedicated programs to teach and revive them. Schools, cultural centers, and even informal family gatherings became places where children and adults alike learned to speak their mother tongue. With each word spoken, the language reclaimed its place as a living part of everyday life, bringing with it the customs, beliefs, and stories that had been passed down through generations. Alongside language revival, art and music experienced a similar resurgence. Traditional crafts such as pottery, basket weaving, beadwork, and carving, which had once been central to many indigenous cultures, began to flourish once again. Artists drew inspiration from ancient symbols and techniques, merging them with modern styles to create works that resonated with both older and younger generations. Music too found new life. Drums, flutes, and chants that had been silenced by years of suppression now filled community centers and public spaces. Festivals, powwows, and cultural events became common, offering a space for people to come together, celebrate, and share the beauty of their traditions. These events not only showcased the artistry of Native peoples but also served as a powerful reminder of the resilience of their cultures. Ceremonies and spiritual practices, once forced into the shadows by assimilation policies, were revived with renewed passion. Many tribes began to openly celebrate their sacred rituals, reconnecting with ceremonies that honored the earth, the changing seasons, and the spirits that had always guided their lives. For many indigenous peoples, spirituality is a way of life, a constant reminder of the interconnection between all living things. Traditional dances, rituals, and festivals were reintroduced into daily life, helping communities remember and honor the beliefs that had sustained them for millennia. These ceremonies brought a sense of belonging and continuity, reinforcing the idea that no matter how far they had been pushed by external forces, the spirit of their culture could not be destroyed. The Cultural Renaissance was also reflected in education and literature. Native American scholars and writers began to produce books, poems, and academic works that recounted their histories and celebrated their identities. These works served a dual purpose. They educated both indigenous and non-indigenous audiences about the richness of Native American cultures, and they provided a means for Native youth to see themselves reflected in literature and history. Schools and universities started to include Native American studies in their curricula, and language programs were developed in collaboration with community elders. This academic focus not only helped to preserve knowledge but also empowered younger generations to take pride in their heritage and to share it with the world. In many communities, the Cultural Renaissance brought a sense of economic and social renewal as well. Traditional crafts, music, and art became sources of income, as Native artisans began selling their works both locally and internationally. Cultural tourism grew, with people from all over the country and the world visiting reservations and cultural centers to learn about indigenous history and traditions. These economic opportunities provided a way for communities to invest in their futures while maintaining a strong connection to their past. The blending of tradition and modernity created new pathways for development, where cultural identity was seen as an asset rather than a relic of the past. Media also played a crucial role in this reassertion of identity. Television shows, films, and documentaries started to highlight Native American stories, perspectives, and achievements. This increased visibility helped to challenge long-held stereotypes and to provide a more balanced view of indigenous life. Native American voices began to emerge in public debates, arts festivals, and political forums, pushing for greater recognition and respect. Social media further amplified these voices, allowing young people to connect with their heritage and share their culture with a global audience. In this digital age, traditions that had once been confined to small communities began to reach a worldwide audience, fostering a sense of pride and unity among indigenous peoples everywhere. Community organizations and tribal governments played a vital role in sustaining the cultural renaissance. They worked tirelessly to preserve sacred sites, protect natural resources, and ensure that the rights of indigenous peoples were respected. These groups often partnered with academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, and even government agencies to promote cultural programs and to secure funding for language and arts initiatives. Through these efforts, communities were able to build infrastructures that supported the ongoing revival of their cultures. From local museums to cultural festivals, every initiative was a step toward reclaiming a history that had been marginalized for too long. Despite the many positive changes, the journey of cultural revival was not without challenges. The legacy of past injustices, of forced assimilation, broken treaties, and painful removals, continued to cast a long shadow. Many indigenous communities still faced issues such as poverty, discrimination, and the loss of traditional lands. The struggle to maintain cultural practices in the face of modern pressures required constant effort and dedication. However, the drive to reclaim their heritage provided a powerful counterforce to these challenges. Every time a native language was spoken, every traditional dance was performed, and every old story was told, it was a step toward healing and a reclaiming of identity. The reassertion of identity also led to a broader understanding among non-Indigenous peoples about the richness of Native American cultures. More people began to appreciate the deep connections that Indigenous communities had with the land, with nature, and with each other. Educational programs, cultural exchanges, and public art projects helped bridge the gap between native and non-native cultures. This growing awareness fostered respect and understanding, laying the groundwork for a future where Indigenous voices were heard and valued. For many Native Americans, the cultural renaissance was more than just a revival of old traditions. It was a reclaiming of dignity. It was a movement that said, "We are here and our history is not forgotten." It was a movement that acknowledged the painful chapters of the past while also celebrating the strength and beauty of Indigenous cultures. Through art, language, music, and community, Native American peoples have redefined what it means to be resilient, showing that even after centuries of hardship, the spirit of a people can flourish once again. Today, as communities continue to build on the progress of the cultural renaissance, the reassertion of identity is seen as a source of pride and a beacon for the future. The revival of language, art, and traditions is not merely an act of preservation but a dynamic process that allows Indigenous peoples to thrive in a modern world while staying true to their heritage. Their stories, songs, and ceremonies serve as reminders that the past is not something to be forgotten but a foundation on which a vibrant future can be built. The Cultural Renaissance is a testament to the enduring power of identity, a living, breathing force that has survived the harshest challenges and continues to grow. It is a movement that honors the memories of those who came before while inspiring new generations to stand tall and proud. The reassertion of Native American identity has reshaped communities, enriched cultural life, and offered a path toward healing and justice. It reminds us that while history may be marked by struggle and loss, it is also filled with hope, resilience, and the possibility of renewal. In the 1930s, the United States faced hard economic times during the Great Depression, and the government launched many programs to help the nation recover. Among these efforts was the Indian New Deal, a series of reforms aimed at improving the lives of Native American peoples and giving them more control over their own affairs. This chapter tells the story of these reforms, how they changed life on reservations, and how they helped shape a new future for indigenous communities. The Indian New Deal was part of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's larger plan to revive the nation's economy and offer hope to all Americans. At that time, Native American communities had suffered under years of neglect, broken treaties, and policies that had forced them onto reservations with poor living conditions. Many families faced poverty and traditional ways of life were under threat. The government saw that something needed to be done, and many believed that new policies could help restore dignity and opportunity for Native peoples. One of the most important parts of the Indian New Deal was a shift in policy from forced assimilation toward self-determination. Instead of trying to erase Native cultures and force indigenous peoples to adopt mainstream American ways, the new reforms sought to support their rights and traditions. The government began to work with tribal leaders to create programs that would improve education, health care, and economic opportunities while respecting Native customs and community needs. These reforms were a significant change from earlier policies, which had often aimed to break up tribes and suppress indigenous identity. Under the new policies, many tribes were given greater control over their own affairs. Tribal governments were allowed to manage schools, health services, and even local economic development programs. This meant that decisions affecting their communities could be made by people who understood their history, language, and traditions. For the first time in many years, Native American leaders had a real voice in shaping the policies that affected their daily lives. This step toward self-governance helped to restore a sense of pride and responsibility within communities that had long been treated as subjects rather than citizens. Economic reforms were also a key part of the Indian New Deal. The government recognized that many reservations suffered from a lack of resources and opportunities. Programs were introduced to help develop local infrastructure, support agricultural projects, and promote small businesses. These efforts were designed to reduce poverty and encourage economic independence. Native peoples were given access to loans and technical assistance so that they could build enterprises that reflected both modern needs and traditional values. Although progress was slow, these programs brought hope to communities that had previously been left to struggle in isolation. Education was another area where the Indian New Deal made a difference. Earlier policies, such as the boarding school system, had tried to force assimilation by erasing native languages and customs. In contrast, the new approach sought to build an educational system that respected and incorporated Native American culture. New schools were established on reservations with curriculums that included both standard subjects and Native history, language, and traditions. Teachers were often recruited from within the communities, and elders were invited to share their knowledge with young people. This new focus on culturally relevant education helped to heal some of the wounds caused by years of forced assimilation and opened the door to a future where Native identities could thrive. Health care also improved under the Indian New Deal. In the past, many reservations had suffered from a lack of basic medical services, and high rates of disease and malnutrition were common. The government began to invest in clinics and hospitals on reservations, and more resources were directed toward preventive care and nutrition programs. These changes helped to reduce the spread of disease and improve the overall quality of life for many Native American families. For communities that had long been neglected by mainstream society, these health reforms were a welcome sign that the government was beginning to take their needs seriously. The reforms of the Indian New Deal were not without challenges. In many cases, the changes were gradual and met with skepticism from those who had experienced decades of broken promises. There were still pockets of poverty, and not every program reached every community. Some critics argued that the reforms did not go far enough and that many Native peoples still faced significant obstacles to full self-determination. Yet for many, the Indian New Deal represented a turning point, a time when the federal government acknowledged the rights and dignity of Native Americans and began to work with them rather than against them. For indigenous communities, the impact of these reforms was felt in both practical and symbolic ways. On a practical level, improved education, health care, and economic opportunities meant that many families could begin to break the cycle of poverty that had held them back for generations. Children who once attended harsh boarding schools were now learning in environments that respected their heritage. Families had better access to medical care, which meant fewer preventable illnesses and a healthier population overall. Small businesses and local initiatives began to take root, allowing communities to generate income on their own terms. Each of these steps was a small victory, building toward a more secure future. On a symbolic level, the Indian New Deal represented a shift in the nation's attitude toward Native Americans. For years, indigenous peoples had been viewed as obstacles to progress or as relics of the past. The new policies acknowledged that Native American cultures were a vital part of the nation's history and future. This recognition helped to restore pride among Native communities and laid the groundwork for later movements toward full self-determination. Leaders emerged who were able to use the momentum of these reforms to push for greater rights and to advocate for changes that would benefit future generations. The legacy of the Indian New Deal continues to influence Native American communities today. While many challenges remain, the reforms of the 1930s marked the beginning of a slow but steady journey toward self-governance, cultural revival, and economic improvement. Tribal governments that gained strength during this period continue to work on issues such as land rights, education, and health care. The focus on cultural preservation that was reintroduced during the New Deal years has grown into vibrant movements that celebrate Native languages, arts, and traditions across the country. Over the decades, as Native American communities have built on the foundation laid by the Indian New Deal, they have also learned from the lessons of the past. The struggle for self-determination is ongoing, and many indigenous peoples continue to fight for full recognition of their rights. However, the reforms of this era showed that change was possible and that government policies could be reshaped to better serve Native communities. The Indian New Deal remains a symbol of a time when hope and opportunity began to replace despair and neglect, a time when Native American voices finally started to be heard in the halls of power. For many, the Indian New Deal is remembered as a period of cautious optimism, when the promise of a better future seemed within reach. The policies and programs of that time provided tangible benefits that helped improve daily life for countless Native American families. They also sparked a broader conversation about the rights of indigenous peoples, one that continues to influence debates about land, culture, and governance today. The impact of these reforms is seen in the renewed efforts to protect Native heritage and to ensure that future generations have the resources they need to thrive. Today, the legacy of the Indian New Deal can be seen in cultural centers, schools, and health facilities on reservations, as well as in the strong tribal governments that have emerged in recent decades. These institutions serve as living proof that when Native American communities are given the opportunity to govern themselves and to preserve their traditions, they can build a brighter, more self-reliant future. The story of this era is a reminder that progress is often made in small, steady steps, a lesson that continues to inspire Indigenous activists and leaders around the country. In reflecting on the impact of the Indian New Deal and related reforms, we see a chapter of history that is both complex and hopeful. It is a story of government policies that, while imperfect, began to acknowledge the rights and dignity of Native American peoples. It is a tale of resilience, of communities that rose from years of neglect to reclaim their identity and their future. And it is a reminder that the struggle for justice and self-determination is ongoing, a journey that builds on the achievements of the past while looking forward to a future where every community can thrive. When the world was engulfed in great wars that reached far beyond the borders of the United States, Native American communities found themselves once again facing challenges and opportunities to serve their country. Although many global conflicts were fought on distant battlefields, the contributions of Indigenous peoples were woven into the very fabric of these wars. Their involvement was marked by bravery, sacrifice, and the determination to protect their families and future. Even as they carried the weight of ancient histories and deep cultural roots, Native Americans stepped forward to play important roles in conflicts that would change the world. As the first global conflict, World War I, spread its impact across continents, many Native Americans volunteered for service. They saw this as a chance to prove their loyalty to a nation that had long made promises to honor treaties and protect their rights. Driven by a mix of duty and the hope of earning respect, Native American soldiers joined the armed forces with courage and skill. They served in various roles, some as infantry, others as scouts or messengers. Their intimate knowledge of the land and their ability to move silently through difficult terrain made them valuable in both combat and reconnaissance. While many did not speak English fluently, their determination to serve transcended language barriers, and they quickly earned recognition for their bravery on the front lines. During World War I, Native American soldiers not only fought alongside their fellow Americans but also carried with them a deep cultural pride. Their uniforms, their methods of communication, and even the way they honored fallen comrades were colored by traditions passed down from their ancestors. At times, they faced prejudice and discrimination both from within the military and in society at large. Yet they persevered, determined to show that their commitment to their country was as strong as that of any other citizen. Stories from that time recount moments of quiet heroism, of individuals risking their lives to deliver a critical message or to rescue a wounded comrade under heavy enemy fire. These acts of valor were a reminder that the spirit of Indigenous peoples was both ancient and ever-renewing. After the end of World War I, many Native American veterans returned home with a sense of pride, but also with the burden of knowing that the promises made by the government had not always been kept. The struggles of returning to reservations and facing economic hardship were common, and many veterans found that the skills and honor they had earned on distant battlefields did not immediately translate into improved lives at home. Still, their service became a powerful symbol of Native American contribution to the nation's history. Their sacrifices helped to build a bridge between the past and the modern era, inspiring later generations to continue fighting for their rights and recognition. When World War II broke out, the call to serve came again, and Native Americans answered with determination. This time, the conflict was even larger, and the theaters of war spread across Europe, the Pacific, and North Africa. Native American soldiers served in all branches of the armed forces, from the infantry and air corps to the Navy. Their roles were diverse. Some fought in well-known battles overseas, while others served in specialized units that took advantage of their unique skills. For example, many Native Americans were recruited as code talkers, using their native languages as an unbreakable code to transmit secret messages. Their contribution in this role proved invaluable, as enemy forces were unable to decipher the messages, and the code talkers became a celebrated part of military history. This innovative use of language, rooted in cultural heritage, was a powerful example of how indigenous knowledge could serve in modern warfare. The participation of Native Americans in World War II also brought about significant changes at home. Their service and sacrifice began to alter perceptions, both among Native communities and in the wider society. Many Native American leaders used the experience of the war to argue for greater rights and recognition, noting that those who risked their lives for their country deserved a fairer share of its promises. This period saw the seeds of future activism, as returning veterans became voices for change. They spoke of the need for better education, improved health care, and a recognition of the cultural contributions that Native Americans had made not only in times of war but throughout history. In addition to the active combat roles, Native American communities on the home front also contributed to the war effort. Many families participated in programs to support the troops, from growing food in victory gardens to knitting socks and scarves for soldiers overseas. These efforts were carried out with the same sense of community and cooperation that had characterized indigenous life for centuries. Even in times of great sacrifice and loss, the spirit of working together to overcome hardship shone brightly. The war brought communities closer, as neighbors helped one another and shared the hope that their combined efforts would bring about a better future for all. The impact of these global conflicts on Native American communities was profound and lasting. For many, the experience of war was a mix of pride and pain. On one hand, their contributions on the battlefield demonstrated that they were equal citizens with a deep commitment to the nation's ideals. On the other hand, the hardships they faced upon returning home, discrimination, broken promises, and the ongoing struggle for rights, reminded them that the fight for justice was far from over. The war experience became a rallying point for future generations, sparking movements that sought to address the inequities that Native Americans had long endured. Veterans from both world wars, now older and wiser, shared their stories with youth, instilling in them the belief that their heritage was a source of strength and that they could work to change the world for the better. Beyond the immediate effects of the wars, the participation of Native Americans in global conflicts helped to shift public opinion and policy over time. As more stories of heroism emerged and as the contributions of indigenous soldiers were recognized, the foundations were laid for a broader movement towards civil rights and self-determination. The sacrifices made by Native Americans in the global arena became part of the national narrative, a narrative that began to include the voices and experiences of those who had long been marginalized. This shift was not sudden, and many challenges remained, but the recognition of their contributions played a key role in later legal and political battles for rights and sovereignty. The legacy of Native American participation in global conflicts is still visible today. In museums, memorials, and historical accounts, the brave actions of indigenous soldiers continue to be honored. Their stories are taught in schools and celebrated in cultural events, reminding everyone that the history of the nation is richer and more complex than often portrayed. The code talkers in particular have become a symbol of how cultural identity can be a powerful tool for national security, and their legacy continues to inspire new generations to take pride in their language and traditions. For Native American communities, the wars were both a time of sacrifice and a turning point that helped reshape their future. The challenges they faced during and after these conflicts spurred efforts to gain greater control over their own destinies, to fight for legal recognition, and to reclaim their cultural heritage. The experiences of soldiers and civilians alike contributed to a growing awareness that the rights of indigenous peoples were not just a matter of history but a vital part of the nation's ongoing story. The courage and determination displayed during the global conflicts helped to lay the groundwork for the later movements that would seek to address long-standing injustices. Today, as the nation reflects on its past, the contributions of Native American soldiers stand as a testament to the strength and resilience of indigenous peoples. Their participation in global conflicts was not merely about fighting a war. It was about proving that their culture, their identity, and their commitment to the future were just as valuable as those of any other citizen. Their legacy is one of honor and sacrifice, a story that continues to inspire efforts for justice, equality, and cultural revival. In remembering the role of Native Americans in these global conflicts, we honor not only the bravery of the individuals who fought but also the enduring spirit of communities that have long faced adversity. Their sacrifices during times of war helped to reshape the course of history, and their efforts on the home front laid the foundation for a future in which indigenous rights and voices would grow stronger. As we look back on this chapter, we see a reminder that the fight for justice and recognition is never confined to a single battlefield. It is a continuous struggle that shapes the lives of people for generations. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, a powerful new energy began to spread among Native American communities, a spirit of defiance and self-empowerment that came to be known as the Red Power movement. After decades of broken promises, cultural suppression, and economic hardship, many indigenous peoples decided that they would no longer wait for change from outside forces. Instead, they began to speak out, organize, and demand the rights, respect, and recognition that had been denied to them for so long. The seeds of this movement had been sown over many years. Native Americans had long endured the effects of forced relocations, assimilation policies, and the erosion of their traditional ways of life. By the 1960s, younger generations, inspired by the broader movements for civil rights and social justice sweeping the nation, started to question the status quo. They saw that if African Americans and other minority groups could stand up against discrimination, then Native Americans too could reclaim their voice. This realization sparked a wave of activism that would soon transform communities across the country. For many, the Red Power movement was a call to remember who they were and to honor the heritage that had survived centuries of hardship. Activists began to organize protests, marches, and sit-ins. They gathered in community centers, college campuses, and public spaces, demanding that the government recognize treaty rights, return lands taken through broken agreements, and provide better opportunities for education and economic growth. These protests were often peaceful but carried the weight of centuries of struggle. The movement's leaders, many of them young and determined, spoke with passion about the need for justice and self-determination. They argued that Native Americans were not merely victims of history but active participants in shaping a better future. One of the hallmarks of this new wave of activism was its emphasis on unity and cultural pride. Groups such as the American Indian Movement (AIM) emerged, bringing together individuals from different tribes who shared common goals. These activists organized gatherings where they celebrated their languages, songs, dances, and traditional ceremonies. In doing so, they not only protested against injustices but also reasserted the value of their cultures. They held public events and demonstrations that featured traditional regalia, music, and art, reminding the nation of the richness and diversity of Native American heritage. This public display of culture was a powerful statement, one that said, "We are here, we are proud, and we will not be forgotten." The movement also brought attention to the many injustices that continued to affect indigenous communities. Activists spoke out about issues such as poverty on reservations, the lack of proper health care, and the poor quality of education available to Native American children. They drew connections between the historical abuses of the past and the ongoing discrimination of the present. In cities and on college campuses, Native American students and community leaders organized forums and marches to highlight how government policies had failed to protect their people. Their voices, filled with anger and hope, resonated with others who had long felt sidelined by mainstream society. One memorable moment in the history of the Red Power movement was the occupation of important sites. Activists took over government buildings and symbolic locations, demanding that officials honor treaties and return lands that had been unjustly taken. These actions were both dramatic and symbolic. By physically occupying spaces, Native Americans demonstrated that they would not be pushed aside and that the rights promised to them on paper were not mere empty words. Such acts of protest received national attention and forced many to confront the reality of the historical and ongoing injustices experienced by indigenous peoples. The movement was not without internal struggles, however. As different groups and leaders emerged, there were sometimes disagreements on the best path forward. Some believed that working within the system was the only way to achieve change, while others argued for more radical measures. Despite these differences, the overall spirit of the Red Power movement was one of empowerment and resilience. In many ways, it was a response to the long history of feeling voiceless and powerless in the face of decisions made by distant government officials. The movement encouraged Native Americans to take charge of their own futures, to reclaim lands, and to revitalize traditions that had been suppressed. The energy of this period gave rise to a new generation of leaders who would go on to influence policy, education, and the arts. One of the key achievements of this period was the increased political representation of Native Americans. As activism grew, more indigenous people began to run for local and national office, using their platforms to push for change. They lobbied for laws that recognized tribal sovereignty, protected natural resources, and ensured that treaty rights were upheld. Their efforts led to some important legislative victories, including increased funding for health and education programs on reservations and stronger legal protections for sacred sites. These successes, though hard-won, signaled a turning point. They demonstrated that a unified voice could bring about tangible improvements in the lives of Native Americans. The cultural impact of the Red Power movement extended far beyond protests and political battles. It ignited a renaissance in Native American art, literature, and music. Artists began to explore themes of identity, history, and resilience, creating works that spoke to both the pain of the past and the hope for the future. Literature, too, blossomed as writers re-examined traditional stories and blended them with contemporary experiences. Music and dance, long suppressed in the name of assimilation, were revived and celebrated with pride. This explosion of creative energy played a crucial role in re-establishing a sense of identity and community. The movement reminded Native Americans that their cultures were not relics of the past but living, evolving traditions that could inspire and empower future generations. As the Red Power movement gained momentum, its influence began to be felt outside of Native American communities as well. Media coverage of protests and demonstrations brought national attention to the issues faced by indigenous peoples. Documentaries, news reports, and later films highlighted both the beauty of Native American cultures and the struggles they had endured. This growing visibility helped to shift public perception and paved the way for greater understanding and respect. More Americans began to see that the fight for Native American rights was not just a local issue but a vital part of the nation's story. The movement encouraged many to reconsider their views about history and justice, prompting a broader conversation about the rights of all marginalized communities. The legacy of the Red Power movement is still evident today. The activism of that era laid the groundwork for many of the legal and political advances that Native Americans continue to enjoy. More importantly, it fostered a renewed sense of pride and unity among indigenous peoples. Many communities now actively celebrate their cultures through festivals, art shows, and educational programs. Tribal governments have become stronger and more assertive, and Native American voices have gained a prominent place in national discussions about justice, education, and environmental protection. The movement's spirit of resilience continues to inspire new generations to stand up for their rights and to honor the traditions that define their identity. Today, Native American activism is a multifaceted effort that encompasses political, cultural, and social dimensions. The fight for land rights, the preservation of languages, and the promotion of traditional arts are all part of a larger vision of self-determination. The experiences of the Red Power movement have taught that change is possible when communities unite, when voices are raised in unison, and when the history of struggle is transformed into a future of empowerment. The movement's influence can be seen in the many grassroots organizations, advocacy groups, and cultural initiatives that continue to work toward justice and equity for Native Americans. In reflecting on this chapter of history, it is clear that the rise of the Red Power movement was more than just a series of protests. It was a profound awakening of indigenous identity. It was a time when Native Americans took back control of their narrative, reasserting that they were not merely subjects of history but active, vibrant communities with a rich legacy. Their fight was one for dignity, respect, and the right to chart their own course in the modern world. The energy and determination of that period continue to inspire and guide efforts for change today. When we look back at the legacy of the Red Power movement, we see a story of courage and hope, a reminder that even in the face of centuries of oppression, the spirit of a people can rise and demand justice. The movement taught that the preservation of culture and the fight for rights are deeply connected, and that reclaiming one's identity is a powerful act of resistance. As Native American communities continue to build on this legacy, they are not only honoring the struggles of the past but also forging a future in which every voice is heard and every tradition is valued. Land rights have always been at the heart of Native American life. For generations, indigenous peoples maintained a deep connection with the lands that provided food, shelter, and a spiritual home. In modern times, this connection has become the center of many legal battles and political struggles as Native American communities work to reclaim control over their ancestral territories. In the past, treaties were signed with promises that were often broken, and lands were taken through force or deception. Today, Native American leaders and activists continue to fight for the rights that were guaranteed long ago, and their struggle for modern sovereignty is a story of perseverance, legal courage, and hope for the future. As the nation grew and expanded, the legal system became the battleground on which many Native American communities fought to reclaim their rights. Courts have been used to challenge decisions that stripped away land or ignored treaty obligations. Legal battles over land rights have often been long and difficult, with many cases taking years to resolve. These battles are not just about the physical property. They are about restoring the dignity and self-determination that Native peoples have long fought for. Every court case is a step toward affirming that Native American nations are distinct political entities with their own systems of governance and rights that must be respected by the federal government and state authorities. Over the decades, several landmark court decisions have helped to establish important principles in favor of indigenous sovereignty. These rulings have sometimes confirmed that treaties made in earlier times are still valid and that the promises contained within them must be honored. In other cases, legal actions have led to compensation for lands taken in violation of treaty terms. While victories in court have often been hard-won, they serve as important reminders that the struggle for land rights is not just a matter of history but a living issue that affects the lives of Native American families today. The legal system, though imperfect, has become one of the main arenas where Native American nations assert their modern sovereignty and push back against decades of injustice. Modern sovereignty is not solely about winning court cases. It also involves a broader effort to control resources, manage lands, and make decisions that affect the welfare of Native communities. Many tribes have worked hard to establish their own governmental institutions, which operate alongside the federal government to manage natural resources, education, healthcare, and cultural affairs. Tribal governments today are making decisions that affect everything from environmental protection to economic development. They seek to control the lands that have long been central to their identity, ensuring that the use of these lands benefits their communities rather than outsiders. This modern expression of sovereignty is a continuation of an ancient tradition of self-governance, adapted to the complexities of the modern world. In many parts of the country, Native American communities have faced ongoing challenges as they try to reclaim control over their lands. Disputes over land use, environmental degradation, and unwanted development have led to further legal battles. Often, corporations or state governments seek to exploit natural resources on lands that are considered sacred or crucial to the local ecosystem. In these cases, Native American groups have stood up in court and in public protest, arguing that their cultural and environmental rights must be protected. Their efforts have sometimes resulted in injunctions or agreements that prevent further damage and acknowledge the importance of preserving the integrity of these lands. These legal victories are a testament to the modern spirit of resistance and the unyielding commitment to protect what has been passed down through countless generations. The struggle for land rights also has a deep emotional and cultural dimension. For many Native Americans, the loss of land has been a loss of identity and a source of profound grief. The lands are not just property. They are living parts of the community's history, spiritual practices, and daily life. When a treaty is broken or land is taken without proper redress, it is as if a piece of that community's soul has been torn away. Modern legal battles are often fought on this emotional terrain, as well as on the technical grounds of law. Leaders and activists argue that honoring treaties and returning control over lands is essential for healing old wounds and rebuilding a future that respects indigenous traditions. In this way, the fight for land rights is intertwined with efforts to revitalize language, culture, and community bonds that have been weakened over time. Throughout the latter part of the 20th century and into the 21st century, Native American activists have used a variety of tools to assert their rights. In addition to legal action, they have organized protests, held public forums, and engaged in political lobbying. Grassroots organizations have formed to educate the public about treaty rights and to build alliances with environmental groups, civil rights organizations, and sympathetic lawmakers. These alliances have helped to amplify the voices of indigenous peoples, ensuring that their concerns are heard in local, state, and national debates. Public awareness campaigns, community meetings, and media coverage have all played a role in creating a more favorable environment for legal and political gains. The fight for land rights has become a shared struggle, one that resonates with anyone who believes in justice, fairness, and the right of communities to control their own destiny. One significant aspect of modern sovereignty is the movement to regain control over natural resources. Many Native American lands are rich in minerals, forests, or water resources, and there has been increasing pressure to allow outside companies to extract these resources. Indigenous communities argue that such exploitation often takes place without proper consultation and does not benefit the local people. Instead, they insist on negotiating fair terms that respect their sovereignty and ensure that a portion of the profits goes back into the community. In some cases, tribes have entered into partnerships with companies in a way that allows them to manage resources on their own terms, providing much-needed revenue for education, healthcare, and cultural programs. These arrangements are complex and sometimes controversial, but they represent a modern attempt to balance economic development with the preservation of cultural and environmental values. the struggle for legal recognition and land rights continues to evolve. Recent decades have seen a growing trend toward the reassertion of Native American sovereignty in many parts of the country. Tribal governments have become more assertive, using modern legal tools and political strategies to negotiate with federal and state agencies. They have pushed for reforms that acknowledge their status as independent nations with inherent rights over their lands. In some cases, these efforts have led to the restoration of lands that were taken in the past, or at least to financial settlements that help to address historical injustices. While challenges remain, every legal victory is a step toward a future where Native American sovereignty is fully recognized and respected. The ongoing legal battles and efforts to regain land rights are not only about correcting past wrongs, they are also about shaping the future. As Native American communities continue to rebuild and assert their rights, they are also investing in the future of their cultures. Efforts to revitalize language, education, and traditional practices are closely linked to the fight for sovereignty. When communities control their lands, they can create environments that nurture both economic development and cultural renewal. This holistic approach to sovereignty is about more than just property. It is about creating the conditions for a thriving community where every member has a stake in the future. Today, many Native American communities continue to make progress in their struggle for land rights and modern sovereignty. They are increasingly visible in legal arenas, political offices, and public debates. The legacy of past injustices is still evident, but so is the strength and determination of those who refuse to let history define their future. Through a combination of legal action, political advocacy, and cultural revival, Native American nations are working to ensure that their voices are heard and that their rights are respected. The journey is long and fraught with challenges, but it is also a powerful testament to the resilience of indigenous peoples. In every courtroom battle and public protest, the story of modern sovereignty is being written. A story that draws on the ancient traditions of self-governance and the enduring commitment to protect what is sacred. This ongoing struggle serves as a reminder that the rights of Native Americans are not relics of the past, but living principles that continue to shape the nation's future. The fight for land rights and modern sovereignty is about restoring balance, honoring treaties, and ensuring that Native American communities can live with dignity and self-determination. As we reflect on this chapter of history, we see a landscape marked by conflict, resilience, and hope. A landscape where the struggles of the past have paved the way for the promise of a better future. The efforts of Native American communities to reclaim their lands and assert their sovereignty are not only legal and political battles. They are also deeply personal journeys that honor a legacy of connection to the earth. Their work reminds us that true sovereignty is built on respect, justice, and the recognition of the rights of all people to live in harmony with their heritage and their environment. In the modern era, Native American communities have increasingly recognized that economic strength is key to self-determination. Economic development is not only about generating income, it is about creating opportunities for growth, preserving cultural heritage, and establishing the independence needed to shape a community's own future. Over time, many tribes have worked hard to build businesses, develop natural resources, and create programs that help support their people. This chapter explores how economic development has become a path to self-reliance, empowering Native American communities to rebuild and reclaim their futures. For many indigenous peoples, the struggle for economic development began long after the painful eras of forced removal and broken treaties. Generations of hardship, poverty, and dependence on government aid had left deep scars. Yet even in the face of adversity, many Native American leaders and community members believed that they could create a future where their own resources fueled progress. They saw economic development as a way to generate the funds needed for education, healthcare, cultural preservation, and infrastructure improvements on reservations. This new focus on self-reliance marked a turning point, one in which indigenous peoples began to use modern business tools and strategies while staying true to their traditions. One of the earliest steps toward economic independence was the creation of tribal enterprises. Many tribes established businesses that ranged from small local ventures to large-scale operations. Some developed casinos on tribal lands, which brought in significant revenue that was reinvested in community programs. These gaming enterprises proved to be a controversial yet effective way to generate funds and stimulate local economies. For many tribes, the profits from casinos helped to improve healthcare facilities, build schools, and create job opportunities. While not every community chose this path, it served as a model of how economic development could empower indigenous peoples. In addition to gaming, other forms of business emerged as tribes explored ways to harness their natural resources and cultural assets. Some tribes developed tourism programs that invited visitors to experience their rich history, art, and traditions. Cultural centers, museums, and festivals were created to showcase native arts, crafts, and ceremonies. These efforts not only provided a source of income but also helped to spread awareness about Native American cultures. Tourism allowed indigenous communities to share their stories and educate others about their heritage while generating revenue that could be used to improve community life. Agriculture and natural resource management have also played important roles in economic development. Many reservations are located on lands with significant potential for farming, ranching, or forestry. Tribes have worked to develop modern agricultural practices that blend traditional knowledge with contemporary techniques. By managing their natural resources carefully, they have been able to generate income through crops, livestock, and timber, all while maintaining a respect for the land that has always been central to their identity. This balance of modern methods with traditional values has been a powerful tool in demonstrating that economic progress need not come at the cost of cultural loss. Economic development efforts have not been limited to large enterprises. In many cases, small businesses have become the backbone of community growth. From family-run stores to artisan workshops, these small ventures have provided jobs, encouraged entrepreneurship, and helped to keep money circulating within the community. Local businesses have also played a role in preserving cultural traditions. Craftsmen and artists, for instance, have found ways to market traditional beadwork, pottery, and textiles to wider audiences. By turning their art into a source of income, they have managed to keep ancient techniques alive and pass on skills to younger generations. The journey toward economic self-determination has also been closely tied to the development of tribal governments and institutions. As tribes have gained greater recognition of their sovereignty, many have taken control of their economic affairs. Tribal councils and administrative bodies now work to create policies that foster business growth, manage natural resources, and promote sustainable development. These institutions serve as a bridge between traditional governance and modern economic practices. They help ensure that the benefits of economic development reach all members of the community, and that investments are made in areas that strengthen the cultural and social fabric of the tribe. Education has played a crucial role in supporting economic development and self-determination. Recognizing that a skilled workforce is essential for modern business, many tribes have invested in education programs that prepare young people for careers in business, technology, and other fields. Tribal colleges and vocational training centers have emerged on reservations, offering courses that blend traditional knowledge with modern subjects such as computer science, finance, and environmental management. These educational initiatives help create a new generation of leaders and entrepreneurs who are capable of navigating the modern economy while remaining rooted in their cultural heritage. The importance of self-determination in economic development cannot be overstated. For Native American communities, the ability to control their own economic destiny means more than just financial independence. It means having the power to decide how lands are used, how resources are managed, and how profits are distributed. Self-determination is about ensuring that economic progress benefits the community as a whole rather than external investors or government bureaucracies. It is about preserving the right to shape one's own future and to make decisions that reflect the values and traditions of the people. Along with these positive steps, the road to economic self-reliance has been challenging. Many Native American communities still face obstacles such as limited infrastructure, underfunded schools, and systemic discrimination. The legacy of past injustices, forced relocations, broken treaties, and assimilation policies, continues to affect economic opportunities on many reservations. Access to capital, credit, and modern technology has often been limited, making it difficult for small businesses to grow and for larger enterprises to thrive. Despite these challenges, many tribes have shown remarkable ingenuity and resilience, finding creative ways to overcome obstacles and build a better future. Partnerships with private companies, federal agencies, and nonprofit organizations have also played a role in advancing economic development. By working together with external partners, many Native American communities have been able to secure investments, technical expertise, and access to broader markets. These partnerships are often built on mutual respect and a shared goal of sustainable development. However, they also require careful negotiation to ensure that the benefits flow primarily to the community and that cultural and environmental values are upheld. Another important aspect of economic development has been the focus on environmental stewardship. Native American communities have long held a deep respect for the natural world, and this perspective has guided many modern development projects. Efforts to manage natural resources sustainably are seen as integral to the economic future of tribes. Whether it is through sustainable forestry, ecotourism, or the responsible extraction of minerals, these initiatives aim to protect the environment while also providing a source of income. This approach not only benefits the community but also serves as a model for balancing economic growth with the preservation of cultural and ecological integrity. The progress made in economic development has had a transformative effect on many Native American communities. Improved infrastructure, better access to education and health care, and the growth of local businesses have all contributed to a higher standard of living for many Indigenous families. Moreover, the sense of pride that comes from self-determination has strengthened community bonds and inspired future generations to take an active role in shaping their own destiny. The successes achieved by tribes across the country are a testament to the power of self-reliance and the belief that a community can rise above past hardships to build a brighter future. The story of economic development and self-determination is still being written. While challenges remain, the efforts of Native American communities to create sustainable, independent economies have set an example of what can be achieved when people work together toward a common goal. Every small business, every educational program, and every successful natural resource management project adds a new chapter to this ongoing journey. The drive for self-determination is not just about financial success. It is about reclaiming a legacy of independence, creativity, and cultural richness that has endured for thousands of years. Today, Native American economic development is a source of hope and inspiration. The successes of tribal enterprises and local businesses continue to provide a model for self-determination that others can follow. These efforts are celebrated not only for their economic impact but also for their role in preserving a way of life that is deeply connected to the land and to the heritage of Indigenous peoples. The journey toward true economic self-reliance is a long one, but every step taken is a reminder that the future can be built on the strong foundations of tradition, unity, and resilience. In reflecting on this chapter of history, we see that economic development and self-determination are intertwined with the broader struggle for justice and recognition. The ability to control one's own economic destiny is a powerful tool for reclaiming rights and preserving cultural identity. Native American communities continue to strive for a future where every person has the opportunity to succeed and where the resources of the land benefit the people who have cared for it for generations. Their journey is a reminder that progress is possible, even in the face of long-standing challenges, and that true self-determination comes from the strength of a community united by a shared vision for the future. In recent decades, Native American communities have experienced a powerful resurgence of cultural pride and political engagement that has transformed how they see themselves and how they interact with the broader society. Today, Indigenous peoples are not only working to revive the languages, arts, and traditions that were once suppressed, they are also stepping into new roles as political leaders and activists, determined to shape policies that affect their lives and secure a future that honors their heritage. This chapter tells the story of a people who, after enduring generations of hardship, have begun to reclaim their cultural identity and assert their political rights with courage and determination. Across many reservations and urban centers, Native Americans are celebrating the revival of traditions that were once nearly lost. Elders who had once been forced to remain silent about their old ways now speak proudly about their customs, sharing traditional songs, stories, dances, and ceremonies with younger generations. Community gatherings, cultural festivals, and powwows have become important events where people come together to honor their ancestors and learn about the values that have guided their lives for centuries. In these gatherings, the rhythm of the drum and the graceful movements of dance are not only expressions of artistic beauty but also powerful reminders of a deep connection to the land and its history. This revival of cultural expression has helped to mend old wounds and restore a sense of pride among Native American youth, who now see their traditions as a source of strength rather than as a burden of the past. The renewed interest in native languages is another important part of this cultural renaissance. After decades during which many indigenous languages were lost or nearly forgotten because of assimilation policies, communities have made concerted efforts to teach these languages in schools, community centers, and even through modern technology. Native language classes, radio programs, and online courses are being developed to ensure that children grow up with a strong connection to the words of their ancestors. Every conversation in an indigenous language is a small act of resistance against the forces that once tried to erase these vital expressions of identity. For many, the language is the key to understanding old stories, rituals, and the wisdom that has been handed down through the ages. Alongside cultural revival, political participation has emerged as a major force in contemporary Native American life. In the past, Native American voices were often ignored or marginalized by the political system. Today, more Indigenous people are running for local, state, and even national office, using their platforms to advocate for policies that protect treaty rights, preserve sacred lands, and ensure that their communities receive the services they need. Political activism now takes many forms, from grassroots organizing to participation in national debates over environmental protection and economic development. Native American activists have formed coalitions with other minority groups and environmental organizations, building alliances that push for change on many levels. They argue that true progress can only come when all voices are heard and when the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected as an essential part of the nation's promise of equality and justice. In many urban centers, Native American organizations are working to strengthen connections between Indigenous peoples living in cities and those on reservations. Urban Native Americans often face unique challenges, including cultural disconnection and economic hardship, but they are also forming vibrant communities that celebrate their heritage in new ways. Cultural centers, museums, and art galleries dedicated to Native American history and art have opened in major cities, offering spaces where people can learn about their past and see how traditional themes are being reinterpreted in modern art, music, and literature. These institutions not only educate the public but also serve as hubs for political and cultural discussions, where ideas about self-determination, environmental justice, and social equity are exchanged freely. At the same time, many Native American communities are using modern media to tell their stories. Television programs, documentaries, and social media platforms have given Indigenous voices a new stage on which to share their experiences, challenges, and achievements. Young Native Americans are producing films, podcasts, and online content that explore everything from traditional recipes and ceremonies to modern political issues and economic initiatives. This digital revolution has made it easier than ever for Indigenous peoples to connect with each other and to reach audiences around the world. Every post, every video, and every shared story is a way of reclaiming their narrative and ensuring that the richness of their culture is seen and respected. The growing political presence of Native Americans is also reflected in the changes taking place in tribal governance. Many tribes have strengthened their own governmental institutions, allowing them to manage local resources, education systems, and healthcare services in ways that reflect their unique needs and traditions. Tribal governments have become more active in negotiations with federal and state authorities, working to secure funding for community development projects and to enforce treaty rights that have long been ignored. The establishment of tribal courts and administrative bodies has given Indigenous communities a measure of control over their own affairs, reinforcing the idea that self-determination is not just a distant dream but a tangible goal that can be achieved through hard work and political engagement. In recent years, issues such as environmental protection and resource management have taken center stage in Native American political activism. Many Indigenous communities are located in areas rich in natural resources, and they have a long history of managing these resources in ways that are sustainable and respectful of nature. Today, as corporations and government agencies push for the extraction of minerals, timber, and oil, Native American leaders are fighting to ensure that these activities do not destroy the land or violate their rights. They argue that the environment is sacred and that economic development must be balanced with the responsibility to protect the natural world for future generations. These battles are fought in courtrooms, at public hearings, and on the ground, where activists lead protests and organize community cleanup efforts. Their determination to defend the land is a testament to the enduring bond between Indigenous peoples and the environment, a bond that has survived centuries of change. The contemporary cultural revival and political participation of Native Americans are deeply intertwined. Cultural pride fuels political activism, and political victories help to reinforce cultural identity. When Indigenous communities succeed in protecting their lands or winning a court case that upholds treaty rights, the achievement is celebrated not just as a legal or political win but as a restoration of dignity and a reaffirmation of their heritage. Every policy change, every new program in a tribal school, and every public celebration of traditional culture strengthens the belief that Native American identity is vibrant, evolving, and deserving of respect. Despite these advances, challenges remain. Many Native American communities still struggle with poverty, underfunded public services, and the lingering effects of historical trauma. Discrimination and marginalization are still realities in many parts of society, and the path to full self-determination is not always clear. However, the energy and determination that have driven the cultural revival and political participation movements provide hope for the future. By working together, learning from the past, and embracing both tradition and innovation, Native Americans are building a future in which their voices are heard, their rights are respected, and their culture continues to flourish. The story of contemporary cultural revival and political participation is one of resilience, renewal, and determination. It is a story that reminds us that even after centuries of struggle, a people can rise and reclaim their identity. Through the power of art, language, and community, Native Americans are proving that the spirit of their ancestors remains alive. Their efforts to participate in political processes, to manage their own affairs, and to share their rich cultural heritage with the world serve as an inspiration to all who believe in justice and the power of a united community. As Indigenous peoples continue to navigate the challenges of modern life, they carry with them the wisdom of the past and the promise of a better future. Their cultural revival is not simply about looking back. It is about using the strength of tradition to build a path forward, one that honors the past while embracing the possibilities of tomorrow. The renewed interest in political participation means that Native American voices are now a vital part of the national conversation, shaping policies and programs that affect not only their communities but the country as a whole. Today, the efforts to revive language, arts, and cultural practices have created a new sense of identity and purpose among Native Americans. Young people who once felt disconnected from their heritage are now learning to speak their ancestral languages, to create art inspired by traditional designs, and to participate in ceremonies that celebrate the life-giving power of nature. These practices are being passed on from one generation to the next, ensuring that the legacy of Indigenous cultures remains vibrant and strong. In political arenas, Native American leaders continue to fight for greater representation, better services, and the enforcement of treaties and agreements that guarantee their rights. They stand as proof that a community united by culture and purpose can overcome obstacles and bring about meaningful change. Their journey is a testament to the enduring strength of a people who have faced immense challenges but have never lost sight of their identity. The modern era is a time of both opportunity and challenge for Native American communities. As they work to build a future where economic, social, and political systems reflect their values, they also remain committed to preserving the traditions that define who they are. The path forward may be complex, but the spirit of resilience and renewal continues to light the way. Every new generation, armed with the wisdom of the past and the determination to forge a better future, contributes to the ongoing story of cultural revival and political participation. As we reach the present day, the story of Native America is one of both challenges and hope. A story of a people who have endured immense hardships and yet continue to build a future full of resilience, creativity, and strength. Today, Native American communities face many obstacles, but they are also forging new paths towards self-determination and cultural renewal. The future of Native America is being shaped by the efforts of communities across the country who are reclaiming their rights, revitalizing their traditions, and working together to overcome the legacy of past injustices. The challenges that Native American communities face are many and varied. Many reservations still struggle with issues such as poverty, limited access to quality education, inadequate health care, and underdeveloped infrastructure. These problems are not new. They are the result of decades and sometimes centuries of policies that isolated Native peoples from mainstream society and restricted their opportunities. Despite these difficulties, there is a growing movement among Indigenous communities to address these issues head-on. Leaders are working to create new economic opportunities, improve public services, and invest in education and health care. They know that for Native America to thrive, the basic needs of their communities must be met, and every person must have the opportunity to succeed. At the same time, Native American communities are focused on preserving and celebrating their rich cultural heritage. The revival of traditional languages, arts, and ceremonies has given new energy to the identity of many indigenous peoples. Young people are learning their ancestral languages in schools and community centers, while elders pass on songs, stories, and rituals that have been handed down through generations. This cultural renaissance is not only about preserving the past, it is also about adapting traditions to the modern world. Artists blend traditional designs with contemporary styles. Writers explore the depth of indigenous history through new literary forms, and musicians mix ancient rhythms with modern beats. These creative expressions are a sign that Native American culture is alive and evolving, ready to meet the challenges of the future while honoring its roots. Political participation is another vital part of the future for Native America. Increasingly, Native American leaders are taking their rightful place in local, state, and national political arenas. They are working to ensure that the voices of indigenous peoples are heard and that policies are shaped by a deep understanding of Native issues. From fighting for land rights and environmental protection to advocating for educational reform and healthcare improvements, Native American politicians and activists are using every tool at their disposal to secure a better future for their communities. This political empowerment is built on the legacy of past struggles, such as the Red Power movement and the long legal battles for sovereignty, and it continues to inspire a new generation of leaders who are determined to bring about change. Economic development has become a cornerstone of self-determination for many tribes. Through tribal enterprises, small business initiatives, and partnerships with private companies, Native American communities are finding ways to generate income and create jobs. Gaming operations, cultural tourism, sustainable agriculture, and natural resource management projects are just a few of the avenues that tribes have pursued to build economic independence. These efforts are not only about generating revenue, they are also about taking control of the future. By managing their own economic resources, Native Americans can fund programs for education, healthcare, and cultural preservation, reducing dependence on outside aid and reinforcing their right to self-governance. Environmental stewardship is also a key issue for Native America. Indigenous communities have a long history of living in harmony with the land, and many continue to see the natural world as a sacred trust. Today, as environmental challenges such as climate change, pollution, and resource depletion affect all communities, Native American leaders are at the forefront of efforts to protect natural resources. They work to preserve sacred sites, advocate for sustainable practices, and collaborate with environmental groups to ensure that development projects do not harm the land. This commitment to the environment is deeply rooted in cultural values and provides a strong foundation for future initiatives that balance economic growth with ecological responsibility. Education remains a critical area for future progress. Many Native American communities are investing in educational programs that prepare young people for the demands of the modern world while also teaching them about their rich cultural heritage. Tribal colleges, vocational training centers, and culturally relevant K-12 programs are helping to bridge the gap between tradition and modernity. Education empowers Indigenous youth to become leaders in their communities and to participate fully in the broader society without losing sight of their identity. As these young people succeed academically and professionally, they bring pride to their families and contribute to the ongoing effort to reclaim the narrative of Native America. While the challenges are significant, there is a deep sense of hope for the future. The story of Native America is not solely defined by its past struggles. It is also a story of renewal, creativity, and progress. Across the country, Native American communities are taking bold steps to build a better tomorrow. They are working to create a future where the rights of Indigenous peoples are fully recognized, where cultural traditions are celebrated, and where economic and political power are returned to the hands of those who have nurtured the land for generations. In urban centers as well as on reservations, Native American voices are growing louder. They are using modern technology and media to share their stories with the world, connecting with each other and with allies from different cultures and backgrounds. Social media, documentaries, and public art projects are all helping to raise awareness about Indigenous issues and to challenge long-held stereotypes. These efforts are fostering a new sense of unity and pride, as Native Americans assert that their history is a vital part of the national story, a story of resilience, innovation, and enduring spirit. The future of Native America also depends on continued collaboration between communities, governments, and organizations. Many tribes are working with federal and state authorities to negotiate policies that respect treaty rights and support tribal sovereignty. These partnerships, though sometimes difficult, are essential for addressing issues such as healthcare, education, and economic development. At the same time, grassroots organizations and advocacy groups are playing a critical role in bringing attention to Indigenous concerns and pushing for reforms that benefit Native communities. Through dialogue, negotiation, and persistent activism, the path toward a just and equitable future is being forged step by step. Looking ahead, Native American communities envision a future where their rights and cultures are celebrated and where they have full control over their own destinies. This vision includes stronger tribal governments, more robust economic opportunities, improved access to education and healthcare, and a renewed commitment to environmental protection. It is a future in which Indigenous peoples are not marginalized but are active participants in shaping policies that affect not only their own communities but the nation as a whole. The journey toward this future may be long and filled with obstacles, but the spirit of resilience that has carried Native Americans through centuries of adversity remains a powerful force for change. The challenges of the past have left deep scars, but they have also forged an unbreakable bond among Native American communities, a bond built on shared experiences, cultural pride, and the belief that the future can be different from the past. As Indigenous peoples continue to assert their rights, revitalize their cultures, and build sustainable economies, they are not only healing old wounds but also creating a legacy for future generations. Their story is one of perseverance, a story that reminds us all that even in the face of overwhelming challenges, hope and determination can light the way to a brighter tomorrow. In reflecting on the journey of Native America, it becomes clear that the future is not predetermined by the hardships of history. Instead, it is being actively shaped by the actions of communities that refuse to be defined by loss. With each step toward self-determination, each court victory, each cultural revival, and each economic initiative, Native American peoples are writing a new chapter. A chapter that honors the past, embraces the present, and looks forward to a future filled with promise and possibility. When we look to the future, we see a Native America that is vibrant, dynamic, and ready to meet the challenges of the modern world. It is a future built on the strength of community, the wisdom of tradition, and the belief that every voice matters. As Native American communities continue their journey, they remind us that the power to shape the future lies within the resilience of the human spirit. A spirit that, despite everything, remains unyielding, hopeful, and ever determined. This is the unfolding story of Native America. A story of challenges met with courage, of heritage celebrated with pride, and of a future that is being built by the hands and hearts of those who have long cared for the land and its people.